Biggest conservative event in the Midwest returns this October. It's Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca, featuring Alan West, Michelle Malkin, Mike Gallagher, Stephen Moore, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Joe Walsh, and many more. Tickets start at just $29. Order your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Dr. Amy and Associates, the Federal Savings Bank, and by Combined Sales.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
5:06. Let's check the roads this morning. In our traffic center, the very latest with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good Monday morning, Mike. Right now we have the traffic calm after the storm. After a very busy overnight with crashes and closures, and shootings, a lot of things affecting area roadways. Overnight road work is pretty much gone, and things are looking great on the Chicago expressways. No delays to report on the Edens, the Kennedy, the Eisenhower, the Stevenson with Ryan, I-57, Bishopport, all good. There's some lingering road work on the Adams Tollway, but no delays. A little heavy on the Indiana Toll Road westbound, approaching 421, and then before State Road 49. That's due to ongoing work. There's a major rail project going on starting today on the BNSF line, which will affect Metra trains until Friday, September 16th, and this will affect inbound trains during the morning rush and also in both directions in the evening, so you can expect some delays on the BNSF line. We'll keep you posted on that. Traffic is a service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains, not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to Dallas for $102 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Look now at Amtrak.com/SaverFares. See where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy morning fog, otherwise humid with clouds and sun. High 84. Tonight, partly cloudy and humid, low 69. Partly sunny with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
72 at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, look who's back from vacation.
Yeah, my whirlwind tour of America. We live in a beautiful country, by the way. I've been to the Smoky Mountains.
I thought you were going to like a prison on some island off of Italy.
No, I drove all the way to Key West. It was me, the boys, and the special service dog named Bunky. We've been in a car since we saw you last on Friday. We've been in a car for 10 days, driving through Smoky Mountains.
Sounds terrible.
Staying in Dollywood. Oh, the van is ripe. It's outside if you want to
Staying in Dollywood.
We stayed in Dollywood. Pigeon Forge. You've been there, right? Smoky Mountains.
Let me, I loved it. You missed it last week, but I want to get you a copy of J.D. Vance's Hillbilly Elegy. For some reason, I think you'll enjoy it. I don't know why.
No, I got accused, though, of stalking Dolly Parton because we stayed at her Hollywood Dollywood cabins. And I said, well, where is she? You know, where'd she grow up? I want to see the farm. I watched Coat of Many Colors, that made-for-TV movie about her life. Did you see it?
No.
So good.
I saw 9 to 5 with Dabney Coleman.
Yeah, that was good.
Lillian
and
Tomlin.
they said, ma'am, it's a private area. And I said, well, isn't it, like Graceland, where Elvis lived and he's buried. Can't we go see it? And she said,
Where
ma'am,
is Dolly Parton still alive, ma'am?
They did remind me, and she's out touring, ma'am. She's 70 years old and she has a new album coming out. She looks great for 70, doesn't she? Wow.
They do.
So,
I mean, she does.
Those are real, by the way. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
And she said, ma'am, I'm not going to tell you again. It is a private area and you cannot go near it. Fine. So my kids and everyone was accusing me of stalking Dolly Parton, but I've always loved Dolly Parton. So then from there we went on to North Carolina.
When you were bailed out of
when I was
Dollywood
asked
prison.
to leave.
Yeah.
And then we went down to Tampa, then drove to Miami, then drove to Key West, and then went to Dry Tortugas, which is a national park 70 miles west of Key West. And that is an old prison from the Civil War, deserters of the Civil War. And then the three people and Dr. Samuel
Did you find out
Mudd.
what a tortuga is?
It's a turtle.
Yeah,
Thank you. Well, yo hablo español. ¿Tú también?
Yeah.
Sí. So
sí.
it's the largest brick structure in the Western Hemisphere. It's a deserted prison, but now some national park guys live there, and you can go tour it and go snorkeling and see where Dr. Samuel Mudd lived.
Oh, right. That's
His
right.
prison,
Dr. Samuel
who,
Mudd.
by the way, was eventually pardoned by President Andrew Johnson because he helped other prisoners, similar to what Blagojevich is doing now. He's helping other prisoners.
Oh, God.
And Obama
Please.
should pardon him.
Did you go to Littleton to visit Rob
No,
Blagojevich?
I didn't make it.
You didn't make
west
it
of the
west.
Mississippi. I stayed on the eastern side, but it was. But I did get stung by jellyfish. See that? I got another again. Look at my wrist. Jellyfish love me.
And then what's it? We
And
had
so
this
what-
conversation with C. Stephen Tucker when the last time you were stung by jellyfish, which apparently happens in every vacation, which is
Every
kind of
vacation.
shocking.
And I prepare myself too, and I still get stung by jellyfish.
And
they
then
love me.
who had to urinate on you?
Was it Peyton or Eli or myself?
Yeah.
You know what? Or maybe Bunky got involved.
Isn't
in this
that
one.
that's the cure? Or is that a old
No.
wives' tale?
No, that's the cure. That or vinegar you can put on yourself.
And why use vinegar when you have a natural substitute?
Because you can't pack the vinegar, so you could just be resourceful.
Well, that sounds like a great vacation.
Yeah, but on the way back, we stopped in Nashville again because we stopped in Nashville on the way down and on the way back, and they were having a Comic-Con conference there.
Yeah.
And I want to
I'm
show you.
familiar with it.
All right, so what is up with that? And I was trying to be respectful to their freedom of speech and their freedom of expression, but that was the crazy watching men. So they have these different breakout conferences.
Why does it just have to be men? Oh, because it is. That's why.
Older men and then millennials, who, by the way, told me they're not called millennials; they're called hipsters. That's what they're called. But they're
aspiring hipsters.
Yeah, where they're watching Monsters High. It's a cartoon for 5-year-old kids.
I'm familiar with it.
They're watching that, and I mean, they're kids. That's what's wrong with America. They're not growing up. These are These are millennials or hipsters that are watching cartoons and dressed up in, Haley Quinn clown costume and Pokemon and Pikachu and.
Don't worry about the Comic-Con attendees. They're all writing code during the day to make everything run, and then they have their fantasy outlets, in the evenings. Don't worry about them. They're not the problem.
These conferences, I can't wait to show you the pictures. The Slender Man was there, and again, my boys were horrified. They were just wondering what was going on, and I tried to explain.
Were they more horrified about what was going on at Comic-Con or your jellyfish problem?
They were horrified more at Comic-Con. It got to the point where Andrew said, "Mom, I don't even want to talk to," or Peyton, "I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Please, I want to get that out of my head," because there were a lot of guys that were dressed as girls. There's a lot of cross-dressing.
Well,
going
but
on,
that's like dressing as Supergirl. That doesn't count.
Right? Yeah, How do you know about Supergirl?
Just don't get me started.
Do you know about
Supergirl.
Skittles Bra? Have you heard about Skittles Bra?
I have not heard about that.
Yeah, that was a new one.
But
too.
I'm not as conversant as I used to be.
So I was the old lady with the walking boot and the service dog, taking pictures of all these people and being nice and saying, where are you from and what's going on here? And couldn't we take this collective energy and go clean up this neighborhood in Nashville or do something positive for the community? And they looked at me like I was an old lady.
And the upshot was Peyton and Eli said, well, they agreed amongst themselves, we're never going to have another family vacation again.
Seriously.
please don't ever take a week off of work again.
I know.
Can we go back to school early?
No, they really enjoyed their time. I think they did.
Uh-huh.
And by the way, Bunky got carded 3 times. My service dog, Bunky, because every time I took her to a restaurant or somewhere, or even to Dollywood, I took her to the amusement
You
park.
had to prove up it was a service dog.
I had to prove it was a service dog.
Since you're suffering from no apparent injury, people were curious why you're walking around with a faux service dog. I understand it. I think we should all try and forget what we've just heard for the last 6 minutes, so let's take a break and do that.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Forecast for today, we're going to have fog this morning, otherwise humid, some clouds and sun, 84 degrees for a high, cooler by the lake. And then tomorrow, partly sunny, warm and humid. We can't rule out an afternoon thunderstorm, a high of 83. Let's say good Monday morning to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Welcome back. Good morning, Dan. We have some issues on the CTA Blue Line. There was a mechanical problem on a train at the Rosemont Station. So the Forest Park or inbound trains have some residual delays there, but service is getting back to normal. The other rail lines look pretty good right now. As mentioned in our last report, some new railroad tie work starts on the BNSF line that may affect Metro trains during the morning rush and also in the evenings. We'll be keeping an eye on that this morning. After a crazy night on the roads, things are pretty calm now. No real issues to report on the expressways and tollways. Overnight road construction is gone, and at the moment, no crashes, incidents, or delays to report. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, text LEARN to 42424. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, text LEARN to 42424. Again, that's LEARN to 42424.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, on to more serious matters. We had a couple of incidents over the weekend. One a terrible tragedy, the murder of Nikia Aldridge, who is the cousin of NBA star, now Chicago Bull, D. Wade. And there's a relationship, at least a connection I made, to Colin Kaepernick, quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, not standing for the national anthem during the introductory anthem.
But the last three
to the
preseason games.
game.
Well, the last three of them, yeah.
And he explained why he didn't stand for the national anthem. And it's the connection I made. I posted this on Facebook, got a bit of reactions, kind of interesting. So Black Lives mattered for the white couple who adopted Colin Kaepernick. But Black Lives didn't matter for the two black men who murdered Dwayne Wade's cousin. And so thinking about that, my question is that instructive in terms of us thinking about character, having the national discussion on character rather than color? And this, ironically, against the backdrop of the 53rd anniversary of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, in which he said the dream was to be judged by the content of your character, not the color of your skin. So is that the national conversation we should be having about character, not color? And does the Colin Kaepernick protest and the murder of Nikia Aldridge crystallize that in any way? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line.
Well, were you offended that he didn't stand up for the national anthem? Because people are saying he's unpatriotic, he's un-American, he should be cut from the team. But others are arguing that he's going to be cut from the team anyway, so this is just his last hurrah before he gets, the papers to walk.
Didn't have a good year last year. No question about that. Anybody who plays fantasy football knows that. But he said initially, and then there was a follow-up, he said initially, I'm not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses black people and people of color. To me, this is bigger than football, and it would be selfish on my part to look the other way. There are bodies in the street and people getting paid leave and getting away with murder. I don't know what that means. There are people getting paid leave and getting away with murder. There should have been a follow-up question to explore his base of knowledge, because I think it's rather thin. I don't know what he's referring to when he says people getting paid leave and getting away with murder. Who's getting away with murder? Be specific. The 49ers responded saying, it's his right, but that's an important part of the game. It will continue to be to respect our country and those who sacrifice for it. Kaepernick followed up by saying, as you mentioned, Amy, that this is not going to be a one-time incident.
I mean, ultimately, it's to bring awareness and make people, realize what's really going on in this country. There are a lot of things that are going on that are unjust, people aren't being held accountable for, and that's something that needs to change. That's something that, this country stands for: freedom, liberty, justice for all. And it's not happening for all right now. I'll continue to sit. I'm going to continue to stand with the people that are being oppressed. To me, this is something that has to change. And when there's significant change, and I feel like that flag represents what it's supposed to represent, and this country is representing people the way that it's supposed to, I'll stand. There's people being murdered unjustly and not being held accountable. Cops are getting paid leave for killing people.
Yeah.
That's not right. That's not right by anyone's standards.
So what about that? Do you agree with the Colin Kaepernick standard? Are you also not going to stand for the national anthem at your local sporting event until Colin Kaepernick gives you the all clear that it's okay to do so? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
I don't know. I mean, are African Americans still being oppressed? Isn't it a case-by-case issue with these police officers, too? That, yes, some are on administrative leave, but that's part of the process. That's what happens when there's a police-involved shooting. That's what happens. Because, I mean, do you think that African Americans are still being oppressed, or just by the Democratic Party?
No, I think the government has destroyed a lot of lives, and I think the government prevents opportunities that could be extended not just to black families, but to all families. So I think we've moved over the last 60 years in an incredibly destructive way, and we're seeing the results of those destructive policy choices. And in addition to that, a lot of destructive personal choices that have been made, like these two young men who murdered Nikia Aldridge. Terrible personal choices they made. But the idea that there is systemic institutional racism that is keeping any one group of people down in this country, I reject. The other thing I reject is this moral equivalence between thugs and police. I posted that little connection I made on Facebook yesterday. Monroe Anderson, who's a former Sun-Times columnist, and I've sparred. I've known him for a while. We've sparred on a number of issues. I like him fine. We just disagree on stuff. But he said, I have to teach my, paraphrasing, but he said, I have to teach my kids to watch out for both the thugs and the police. And my question to him was, do they represent an equal threat? Oh. We're being talked about, this is being discussed like the police and street criminals represent the same threat.
Well, it sounds like the police are a gang.
Well,
that could.
Well, do they represent the same threat? It's silly. That's silly to suggest anything of the sort. And this is the kind of the lack of moral clarity that Colin Kaepernick. Come on, he's a goof. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So that's fine. He can do whatever he wants. It's all it's going to do is bring opprobrium upon him. This is not going to change anything. Nobody's looking to Colin Kaepernick for the way forward on race relations. So yawn. I understand why people get exercised about it. It's easy to. I mean, this happened before. You remember Chris Jackson? Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, late of Chris Jackson.
But he was suspended, wasn't he, and fined?
No. After he converted to Islam, he refused to stand for the national anthem, too, before a Denver Nuggets game. And he was, that, of course, brought the expected backlash. And there was, there's responses on Twitter. There was a meme that went around that Colin Kaepernick has every right not to stand. This Marine can't stand. And it showed a Marine without legs lifting himself up on his chair by his hands to stand effectively for the national anthem, standing next to Kobe Bryant before a Lakers game. So, everybody has their different views on America and where things are at.
Does it offend you, though, personally?
I think
he didn't stand up? Because I watched it and I thought, that's his prerogative. That's his point of view.
I understand it's his right. Do I think it is correct? No. Am I willing to pass judgment on it? Yes. Is it without class? Yes. Is the underlying rationale that he provided pathetic, laughably ignorant? Yes. Is he a caricature of a dumb jock? Yes. Any other questions I can ask myself and answer?
Do you think he's a dumb jock? I don't.
I think based on this, I feel sorry for his parents. They raised a great kid, great athlete at least, but I don't know, something in the last couple of years got lost in translation. Did all this just happen this year? Colin Kaepernick's been in the league for a lot of years. What was the?
Why didn't he do it for Michael Brown?
What was the watershed moment for Colin Kaepernick?
Maybe it was the Minnesota shooting.
Oh, well, I prefer not to speculate because the point is there was a watershed moment. Sir. This is like him. Like I want to be relevant too. I want somebody to pay attention to me too.
Or maybe this is a move to try and save his football career.
Yeah. On a related note, guess who Beyonce brought to the VMAs yesterday, the MTV Video Music Awards?
Oh, you watched that, right? So I didn't have to?
I did.
I was busy driving.
I like to comment on the outfits.
Okay.
She brought Eric Garner's mom and Trayvon Martin's mom with her on the red carpet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I want to get to the murder of Dwayne Wade's cousin, too, because I think there's an underlying issue there that we need to talk about Chicago. But let's go to Arlena in Lake Villa. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I love your show, and I want to say to Amy that the attitude she has, that's what brought this country to this point. Because everybody says, no, we don't. We have to be respectful to the country, to the people who fought and lost their lives for this country. A dumb jock like him who gets million paid, he should not be allowed. He should be fired, completely fired. And if he doesn't like it, then maybe he should stand and respect the flag. We all respect the flag.
Thanks for the call, Arlene. I appreciate it. And I'm so glad because I had a fantasy football draft on Saturday. I'm so glad I didn't draft Colin Kaepernick.
Hear about the big stories of the day then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is an incredible, life-changing free offer for anyone with hearing problems who wants to start hearing everything more clearly again. We're now offering free in-home trials of a revolutionary hearing breakthrough called Listen Clear to anyone who calls this special toll-free number now. 1-800-933-0414. Call in the next 10 minutes and you'll also qualify for free shipping and free batteries for life. Listen Clear is precisely designed by top audio engineers. It adjusts to let you find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And Listen Clear is so invisible, people may not even know you're wearing it. And it's so lightweight, you may even forget you're wearing it too. Don't miss this special life-changing opportunity to hear everything more clearly again for free with a 100% free in-home trial, free shipping, and even free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-0414. That's 1-800-933-0414. 1-800-933-0414.
Hey, ChicagoRadioDeals.com can help you spiff up your home and auto, wash away the road grime and dirt with a great deal from Fuller's Car Wash of Elk Grove Village. I need to go there. Full-service car wash package includes a wash, vacuum, windows, a dash wipe down, an $18 deal for only $10. Give your home the clean it needs with an excellent deal from the Grout Medic of LaGrange. Grout Medic offers a shower touch-up that includes a steam clean of your shower, tile, and grout, or choose a clean and color seal floor package for your kitchen or bathroom. Each deal $110. That's a $250 value. And shop at a great local hardware store with personal customer service. Purchase the Addison Building Materials $100 gift certificate for only $50. Addison Building Materials is a true value retailer. So tackle your home improvement projects with help from your friends only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
More goodies from the Clinton Foundation related emails at 5:38.
And later, wait until you hear and see what Anthony Weiner has done now. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Welcome back, Amy. 72 outside. Two brothers facing murder charges in the shooting death of an NBA player, Dwayne Wade's cousin. Police here in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of Nikia Aldridge. Chicago Police Commander Brendan Denahan.
Appears that he was targeted because he's not from the area. He's dropping these females off in the area. This individual intended target exchanges looks with one of the offenders on the street. One of these offenders knows he's not from the area. These offenders believe that he may be armed with a weapon.
Denahan saying the woman who was killed was not the target. Aldridge was pushing her baby in a stroller when the brothers fired the shots at that third man. 15 have been killed in a suicide bombing south of Baghdad. Iraqi security says the bomber attacked a wedding. Hundreds of travelers at LAX were sent running outside following a report of shots fired. Sunday night, no gunmen, no shots fired. Donald Trump will give a speech about immigration on Wednesday. Sunday, Republican Vice Presidential nominee Mike Pence says Trump's immigration policy has not changed.
We're going to secure the border. We're going to build a wall, have a physical barrier. We're going to enforce the laws of this country, end sanctuary cities, implement E-Verify.
San Francisco 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick says he'll keep sitting down during the national anthem. Speaking with reporters yesterday, he said it's an effort to try and bring awareness and make people realize what's going on in this country. However, Vikings offensive lineman Alex Boone says Kaepernick is out of line.
It's almost like disrespectful to, you see all these pictures of these veterans that have no legs and they're standing up in their wheelchair, and I had a brother that served and he lost friends and I know how much it means to him, and it's shameful.
Boone and Kaepernick played 5 seasons together in San Francisco. New federal drone regulations go into effect today. There are now nationwide licensing requirements for drone pilots and a ban on nighttime operations. Police and airline officials say 2 United Airlines pilots have been arrested, suspected of intoxication before they were to fly 141 passengers from Scotland to the U.S. And 6 are recovering following a pileup on the Eisenhower Expressway. 4 cars collided last night on 290 near Ashland. 4 of the victims are hospitalized in serious condition. Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0. Meantime, it was the White Sox over the Mariners 4-1, and the news a service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains, not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to Minneapolis for $54 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Book now at amtrak.com/saverfares and see where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. 5:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher gets rough with the Never Trumpers.
Maybe you just ought to stay in bed and leave the heavy lifting to some of us who are trying to fight for the country. How about you sit back and let those of us who are fighting desperately to keep Hillary Clinton out of the White House, let us do what we got to do, because you're just in the way. You're boring, you're tedious, and you're maddening.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-550-8804. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter Nubiotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-550-8804. That's 1-800-550-8804. 1-800-550-8804.
5:37. Let's get an update on the roads in our traffic center this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Traffic is heavy going to O'Hare on westbound 190. Stop and go from the Kennedy, Bessie Coleman Drive. The Kennedy itself still looks good. The express lanes are open inbound. Edens is fine. Eisenhower getting a little congested between Manheim and First Avenue. Inbound Stevenson has delays from 83 to County Line and Harlem-Kedzie. 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan has scattered delays. 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford has a 4-minute slowdown. 111th to the Merge. Traffic is a service of Back to School Illinois. Back to School Illinois provides school supplies for children in need. You can help by making a donation at b2si.org. Back to School Illinois, working to improve educational opportunities for Illinois children. b2si.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Patchy morning fog. Drive with care out there. Humid later today with clouds and sunshine, high 84. 72 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We were just talking about Colin Kaepernick, and there's this is not confirmed, but there are reports online on some blogs that during the offseason, this most recent offseason, Colin Kaepernick, the San Francisco 49ers quarterback who refused to stand for the national anthem over the weekend, made a big thing about it now, says he will continue to not stand, and I had all kinds of comments about the state of race relations in America, and shots at police and so forth. There's a report that during the offseason he converted to Islam, and also that his fiancée, a radio personality named DJ Nessa Diab, is a Black Lives Matter activist. So,
so maybe he was influenced at home?
Perhaps.
And I said that it didn't bother me. It bothered me. I just think that he's an idiot for not doing it, not being respectful of the country. And he should meet some of the men and women who've sacrificed some limbs fighting for this country.
They have better things to do than hang out with Colin Kaepernick.
But again, I really think that this is a play because his career is on the line, and he's going to take a stand and then blame the league. Oh, it's because I didn't stand up for the national anthem. That's why you're cutting me.
Yeah, possibly.
That's what I thought when I saw it. I thought, oh, there you go. That's a desperation move right there.
The victimology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is a kid who was raised in, at least for part of his life,
tell me about his parents.
in Wisconsin.
He was right.
His it's one of those unfortunate tales of young parents abdicated. Father abdicated right away. I think his father was 19 or something. And this white couple who had lost two of their sons to I'm misremembering the story. It was some kind of health defect.
Okay.
And they adopted Colin Kaepernick and raised him.
That's so sweet.
So, again, Black Lives Matter to that white couple, and they didn't matter to the two black men who murdered Dwayne Wade's cousin. So it's about character, not color, isn't it? I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. I think it turns out that that's true. Speaking of character and characters, Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah, Hill Dog.
A lot of new information coming out.
And even her friends at ABC are going after her.
Well, there's a couple of things. So there's some information that's not going to come out before the election, and that's unfortunate and inappropriate. 7 months after a federal judge ordered the State Department to begin releasing monthly batches of the detailed daily schedules showing meetings Hillary Clinton had during her time as Secretary of State, the government has said, it told the AP, that it won't finish the job before Election Day. And then, beef up the staff and get the job done.
Yeah.
This is sort of central to the next president of the United States, and you've had all this time. Devote more resources to it than as needed to get the job done. That is an unacceptable answer, and I hope a federal judge agrees with me, because I assume that statement that they made to AP that the Secretary of State Department, or the State Department, made about the former Secretary of State, I hope a judge will not tolerate that. That's ridiculous. We're not going to get our paper turned in on time. Nonsense. And then there's this. Oh, this is fun. To the question of the Clinton Foundation being a charity. It's a charity. And it's not like it was folded into the State Department and the State Department folded into the charity.
Those were separate entities, Dan.
Not like we're selling our national security to the highest bidder for the personal enrichment of Hillary and Bill Clinton. We're not doing that. Newly released State Department emails help reveal how a major Clinton Foundation donor was placed on a sensitive government intelligence advisory board, even though he had no obvious experience in the field, a decision that baffled the department's professional staff. This uncovered, kind of deliciously enough, by Citizens United, a group that Hillary Clinton and the left love to rail against because the Citizens United Supreme Court decision about independent expenditure groups. A prolific fundraiser for Dem candidates contributed to the Clinton Foundation, who's actually a Chicago securities trader. His name, Rajiv Fernando, traveled with Bill on a trip to Africa and was given a seat on the International Security Advisory Board. His only known qualification was, that he's computer literate.
Okay.
He sat
Maybe he helped set up the server.
Right, yeah.
Sorry.
Bill,
I can help you with that.
I don't think he's computer literate on the IT side, but maybe sat alongside a collection of nuclear scientists, former cabinet secretaries, and members of Congress to advise Hillary Clinton on the use of tactical nuclear weapons and other crucial arms control issues. He's a securities trader. Fernando's lack of any background in nuclear security caught the attention of several board members. I'm sure it did, because they said, who the hell is this guy?
Well, he paid for a seat at the table. I mean, what, didn't this guy give $1 million? One of them did.
Yeah.
Yeah. About that. Can I pay to be your friend? Can you bring me to your meetings, please?
Yeah, there was a lot of
it's unbelievable.
A lot of questions about his qualifications to be on that board, but perhaps the nexus of his financial support of the Clinton Foundation and Democrats in general, maybe that had something to do with it. Mr. Fernando, early supporter of Clinton's 2008 bid for president, maxed out in contributions. He served as a Clinton bundler, gathering more than $100,000 for her White House bid. After Barack Obama bested Clinton, Fernando became a major fundraiser for the Obama campaign. Prior to his State Department appointment, Fernando gave between $100,000 and $250,000 to the Clinton Foundation. Another $30,000 to the political advocacy group Women Count, that indirectly helped Hillary Clinton retire her lingering 2008 campaign debts.
Oh.
And now then he gets to play with nuclear weapons as a result. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, my gosh. And then another donor asked and requested to sit next to Vice President Joe Biden at a certain function, and they let that happen. So if you gave more money, you had better access to our government officials.
Unless you think this is just kind of the normal pay to play, and at this point, what difference does it make? And all the other defenses that the Praetorian Guard of the Cackle Caucus offer up.
The Praetorian Guard.
Praetorian.
Right. Common spelling.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The AE.
Thank you.
The Nigerian Lebanese billionaire that's garnered a bit of attention in the last several weeks, Gilbert Chaguri. He was denied entry into the United States again last year because of his ties to a Lebanese organization that has given money to Hezbollah. The Lebanese organization is Free Patriotic Movement, and it's been allied with Hezbollah for some time. So he is a Clinton Foundation donor and favor seeker and business associate, but he can't come to this country because of his ties with terrorism. Problem with that? No. But also we find out that, and this South Carolina Rep. Trey Gowdy, and we're going to have Jim Jordan, by the way, from that same House Oversight Committee at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, so we'll ask him about this. But Trey Gowdy intimated that people are going to be surprised by the FBI's characterization of El Cid, Sidney Blumenthal's working relationship with Hillary Clinton during her time as Secretary of State, where he was kind of this shadowy, lurking figure, leveraging his relationship with Hillary Clinton to advance the interests of his client at the expense of national security. The idea that he was just an advisor, Gowdy suggested, that's not what the FBI says. He won't say what the FBI says because he's essentially under order not to reveal what he saw in these emails that were provided, that the FBI recovered, that were provided for certain members of Congress with the security clearance to review. But he certainly intimates that the FBI thought that Blumenthal was more than a mere advisor. Also confirmed that Sid Blumenthal was interviewed by the FBI. That was a question that he dodged when asked about it earlier this summer. But Gowdy mentioned in passing that the FBI did, in fact, interview Blumenthal as part of its probe into Hillary Clinton's private email server. And then there's this. This was mentioned to us by Brett Baer when we talked to him on Friday. But just in terms of mens rea, the intent to conceal, BleachBit. BleachBit is what Clinton and her legal team used, or at least part of what her team used, to destroy the 30,000 or so emails on her secret system that she deemed personal from her years as Secretary of State. After revelations, the FBI had perhaps worked its way around BleachBit to discover an additional 14,900 emails that Clinton did not hand over. Gowdy had told Fox News that the decision that the FBI documents that were discovered, that there was, the FBI discloses that BleachBit, which is like a publicly available utility used to delete material from a computer's hard disk, was used. And it's not just for casual deletes of junk mail. It's for when a user really wants to destroy material on a computer so no one will be able to recover it. So, I mean, it'd be fascinating if now that we know that. Unfortunately, they didn't apparently know that at the time they interviewed Jim Comey, the House Oversight Committee, to have asked him that question. Wait, how do you say there was no intent when she used this product to
BleachBit?
To destroy material from her computer's hard disk, and she's just trying to destroy emails about yoga schedules and her daughter's wedding? That doesn't seem particularly plausible, does it?
No, it's all one big lie. And I never knew about BleachBit before. Have you ever heard of that?
Not till now. I'm not a techie, but that's very interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's the smoking gun. It's the smoking computer utility, I guess, in the modern era. But that's what this is. I mean, how is that not a manifestation of intent to conceal and obfuscate and obstruct justice? It's the definition of.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, patchy fog, some morning fog. Otherwise, it's going to be humid, clouds and some sun, a high of 85 degrees. And tomorrow looks pretty much the same, but we have a chance of an afternoon thunderstorm, a high in the mid-80s. Let's get those travel times. Are they high? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
Getting there, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Kennedy outbound slow, Cumberland to 190, and then we see delays on westbound 190 as well from the Kennedy to Bessie Coleman Drive. So it's about 25 minutes downtown to O'Hare if you include those delays on 190. The inbound Kennedy still good. The Edens is wide open. Inbound Eisenhower slow. Manheim to First, 31 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Stevenson now 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford 19 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. Northbound Tri-State heavy from the Reagan tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways look good. We see no delays in Northwest Indiana. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Jeff, Vietnam vet, recently discharged from a Chapter 13 bankruptcy, stopped into his bank before calling me. Bad move. The bank's supposed mortgage expert told Jeff he'd have to wait 1 year after a Chapter 13 discharge to secure a VA loan. Wrong. I informed Jeff he could secure a VA loan 1 day after his Chapter 13 discharge, and then introduced him to one of my preferred realtors, Kate Waddell, who's helping Jeff locate a home. If you're a veteran who would like to work with a lender that respects and values your service to our country, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 191186.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free appointment so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Results may vary. Call 1-800-400-9591. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra $400 off your all-laser LASIK procedure. That's $200 off per eye. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free appointment, call 1-800-400-9591. 1-800-400-9591.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Rusty Paul is the most important mayor in the United States. That's right, Mayor Rusty Paul of suburban Sandy Springs, Georgia. Incorporated a little more than a decade ago, featuring a population just north of 100,000 residents, Sandy Springs, Georgia may hold the key to avoiding the nation's looming public sector pension disaster. Many politicians talk of running government like a business. In Sandy Springs, businesses literally run the government. Sporting only 7 full-time municipal employees other than police and fire, Mayor Paul competitively bids out the remaining complement of local government services to private sector operators. The result? Sandy Springs has flat taxes, no long-term debt, no pension obligations, and high customer satisfaction ratings from its residents who are surveyed regularly. Considering unfunded state and local pension obligations top $1 trillion nationally, with the hole deepening even as taxpayers are shoveling more money into it, combined with intransigent public sector unions and cowardly politicians who exhibit no desire to dig out, Sandy Springs' model of municipal government may replace the peach as Georgia's signature export.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking about the Clinton Foundation and some of the new revelations from emails, and some of it's built on things we already know, built on things that we knew or had some inkling about.
I hadn't read the Ummadine.
When Clinton Cash came out last year.
Well, about the seat assignments at certain luncheons.
Well, right now we're getting into specifics because more of the emails that were recovered are being released, or at least the contents of. Mike in Bolingbrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. I listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you.
I'm frustrated with the fact that you guys are reporting information that's truth, and I don't understand why this doesn't go in front of one of these committees, the government, and why don't they hold them accountable? I don't get that. I listen to the reports. I listen to you guys reporting. I don't understand why it's not brought to the table. I'll hang up and I'll listen to your response.
Thanks for the call, Mike. I think it increasingly is. There was a Time magazine piece that ripped Hillary Clinton's response to all of the Clinton Foundation overlap with the State Department, to be generous. And remember, you do have House Republicans trying to move a perjury case against her, and we're going to talk to Congressman Jim Jordan from Ohio at the top of the 7 o'clock hour to get status on that case.
And also, too, I mean, ABC News' Jonathan Karl wrote about how Clinton Cash, the author, did an excellent job with that book in documenting the truth.
And let's not forget...
And that's huge for ABC News, who's been in bed with the Clintons, thanks to George Stephanopoulos.
Well, right, Clinton Foundation Donor Zero. Yes. But let's also not forget that one of the print partners for Clinton Cash in terms of the release of stories that are predicated on the research that Peter Schweitzer did, of all outlets, the New York Times.
Really? Oh.
So it's difficult to make the vast right-wing conspiracy claim when the New York Times is reporting the same info that we are.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Sean Thompson, owner of the Elmhurst Cigar House.
The Elmhurst Cigar House is more than just your typical cigar house. First of all, it's in downtown Elmhurst, which is a beautiful neighborhood. Secondly, our smoking lounge is reminiscent of a cozy living room. If you think you recognize the voice, you do. This is Sean from Elmwood Park. When you come into the Elmhurst Cigar House, it's not just you're buying a cigar, you're saying hello, and you're leaving. We're having a conversation. Odds are when you come to the Elmhurst Cigar House, we're going to talk a little bit about politics, but more importantly, we're going to talk about fundamental liberties. And one thing we reserve the right to do at the Elmhurst Cigar House is we reserve the right not to serve communists and Fabian socialists. Come and have a great cigar, but more importantly, have a better conversation.
The Elmhurst Cigar House, 114 Park Avenue, just west of York Street in downtown Elmhurst, right across from the metro station.
Come on in to the Elmhurst Cigar House for a great conversation, a fantastic smoke. I look forward to meeting you.
Want to see what you'd look like if you had a flatter belly? Now's your chance, because for a limited time, we're giving away free trials of Somabiotics, the new discovery that flattens bloated bellies fast. But hurry and call now while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-906-9985. Strict limit of 1 free trial per household. These free trials are reserved for anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Somabiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotten food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Want to see what you look like with a flatter belly? Now's your chance. Hurry, call now for details while we're still giving these trials of Somabiotics away for free. 1-800-906-9985. That's 1-800-906-9985. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-906-9985.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
I'm Pete. I just launched my first company. Thanks to Custom Ink, I can get my name out there with custom t-shirts, jackets, and polos. I just uploaded my logo online, and with a few easy steps, I had my crew covered in no time.
For all of life's events, choose Custom Ink. Promote your own business and elevate your brand with custom business apparel from Custom Ink. It's easy and fun to make a statement with Custom Ink's online design lab. Your designs, quality products, free shipping. Start designing for your business today at CustomInk.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
When will Chicagoans hold the civilian political leadership responsible for the violence at 6:16?
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following. 2 brothers charged in the death of a cousin of Dwayne Wade. Illinois' unfunded pension liability to get larger. WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. They weren't lax at LAX. People freaked out at reports of gunshots inside the airport, as you can hear in what Steve O. Young posted on Instagram. They fled terminals late last night, running outside. Someone onto the tarmac, but it was all for nothing.
Basically, it was a false alarm. Somebody reported hearing gunshots, and then the word just spread, and other people started calling 911. And nobody actually ever heard gunshots.
LAPD Watch Commander Lieutenant Joseph Sanchez. There were flight delays that could linger into this morning as passengers had to be rescreened. The speech on immigration Donald Trump delayed last week is now set for Wednesday. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Trump's immigration speech in Arizona comes as the Republican nominee sounds like he may be softening on an earlier promise to deport all illegal immigrants from the country. Campaign manager Kellyanne Conway told Fox News Sunday he's looking for a fair and humane way to deal with the problem, and she added,
he's building that wall. That has been the centerpiece of his candidacy and his immigration vision from the beginning, and it has not changed 1 inch.
The Clinton campaign says Trump's immigration plan remains as dangerous as before. Dave.
Rachel, 2 depressions expected to grow into tropical storms will hit the U.S. this week. One's aiming for the Carolina coast by Wednesday morning. The other will target Florida's Gulf Coast by Friday.
Rainfall amounts almost 10 inches across the Florida peninsula, with heavy rain possible from the Georgia coast up the Carolina coast.
The National Weather Service meteorologist David Roth. 2 brothers are charged with murder in Chicago and last week's shooting of a mother walking a baby in a stroller. Both had past convictions and were on parole.
We need to change the way we treat habitual offenders in the city of Chicago. When will enough be enough?
Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. The victim, Nakia Aldridge, is the cousin of NBA star Dwayne Wade. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy, 72 degrees. 6:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. 2 brothers face murder charges in the shooting death of an NBA player's cousin. Police in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nakia Aldridge. Chicago Police Commander Brendan Denahan says the woman who was killed was not the intended target.
It appears that he was targeted because he's not from the area. He's dropping these females off in the area. This individual, intended target, exchanges looks with one of the offenders on the street. One of these offenders knows he's not from the area. These offenders believe that he may be armed with a weapon.
Dozens gathered at a Chicago church for a prayer service to remember that mother of 4, Nakia Aldridge, a cousin to NBA player Dwayne Wade. Police say and airline officials say 2 United Airlines pilots have been arrested for suspected intoxication before they were to fly 141 passengers from Scotland to the United States. The police service there in Glasgow say both men are expected to be arraigned in court today in a Glasgow suburb of Paisley. Action taken by the Board of Trustees of the Illinois Teachers Retirement System is expected to translate into a huge increase in taxpayers' pension contributions. Board voting to lower its rate of return Friday on investments from 7.5 to 7%. The vote means an increase between $400 and $500 million annually as to how much taxpayers chip into the teachers' retirement system. New legislation aiming to make sure death benefits are properly paid to families by insurance companies in this state, signed by Governor Bruce Rauner. It's a bill that requires insurers to check their policies against a federal master list. Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0. Sox beat the Mariners 4-1, and the Bears make 10 cuts to their NFL roster. The news service of Napa Auto Parts with more than 400,000 quality parts, over 90 years of experience. Napa can help you keep just about anything on the road. So stop by your local Napa Auto Parts store and keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. 6:04, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey, what's up? Holla at ya, boy. XOXOXO. You getting these texts? Question mark. Where are you? What are you doing? OMG, you are making me mad. You better text me back. I'm waiting outside your house.
Relentless, aggressive texting is like sending an angry robot to deliver your message. When does the robot become dangerous? Let us know at that'snotcool.com.
That'snotcool.com.
Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack? When you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price. And because Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular set, complete with a razor, one of their world-famous blades, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free, if you cover shipping. A total value of $20 at no cost to you, with code 1150 at checkout. Their way of saying thank you for trying them. How is Harry's able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures the blades. That's how. Go to harrys.com now and enter code 1150 at checkout to claim your free trial set and post-shave balm. That's harrys.com. Code 1150.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads in our traffic center this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is heavy from the River Road toll to Harlem, 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 29. Slow from Lawrence to 190. And then 190 has delays from the Kennedy to Bessie Coleman Drive. The Edens is clear. And on Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 29. Stevenson slow, Harlem to Kedzie, 44 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 5 to 34. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57 good. Bishop Ford got a 4-minute delay approaching the Ryan. Adams Tollway eastbound stop and go Arlington Heights Road and before Elmhurst Road. Crash in the left lane. Traffic service of account temps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for long-term or recurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Account Temp's salaried professional service may be the solution. Call today or visit AccountTemps.com. Account Temps are Robert Half Company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise humid with clouds and sun today with a high 84, then a partly cloudy and humid night with a low 69. Partly sunny with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 83. In evening, shower or thunderstorm, otherwise partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
72 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1-HOUR.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This tragedy isn't just noteworthy because Miss Aldridge has a famous family member. It's noteworthy because these two offenders are the prime example of the challenge we face here in Chicago.
I'll continue to sit. I'm going to continue to stand with the people that are being oppressed.
In recent days, the media, as it usually does, has missed the whole point on immigration.
He has said that if you want to be here legally, you have to apply to be here legally. He is not talking about a deportation force, but he is talking about being fair and humane, but also being fair to the American workers who are competing for jobs.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And the question, when will Chicagoans hold the civilian political leadership responsible for the violence in the city? It's easy to blame the cops. We talked to John Cass when he filled in for you last week, Amy. And he was mentioning how Tiny Dancer has essentially walled himself off from police. He's kind of washed his hands and said, well, if you've got a question related to violence on the streets, you go talk to Eddie Johnson. I'm out. understand police are a function of the civilian political leadership. And so if you want to start holding people accountable for the shooting galleries on the west and the south side, which are seeping into the rest of the city, oh, by the way, the violent crime, every category of Class X felonies is up in the city of Chicago, in addition to having the most shootings of any city in the country. More, this is the best way I can categorize all these dreary statistics. One shooting every 2 hours.
11 a day.
One murder every 19 hours. There will be 2 people shot in the city of Chicago during the course of this show.
That's sick. It's a war zone out there, and I don't know how to solve the problem. I mean, straw gun purchase, that could stop. I don't know how it's going to end.
No, that could stop what? That's a fiction.
No, is it a fiction?
Yes, we've discussed this before. This is the talking points of the left. That this is nothing to. I mean, yes, are there people that shouldn't have guns with guns? Obviously.
Well, yeah, but the two brothers were convicted felons. One had an electronic tether on his ankle, and they are still gun running. And they were trying to shoot an Uber driver and accidentally shot Nikia Aldridge instead.
This interesting data. Number of detectives on the Chicago Police Department has dropped from 922 down from 1,252 in 2008, 8 years ago. That's about a 26% decline in the number of detectives, people who solve crimes. It's important to solve crimes so that the message is sent that if you kill someone or commit any kind of crime, but particularly a violent crime, that you're going to be caught and prosecuted and spend a lot of time in jail. These 2 were that killed Nikia Aldridge.
Were 2 brothers.
2 brothers both on parole for gun charges. These are career criminals.
No, and they said they were trying to protect women. And they ended up shooting because they said the Uber driver, according to them, was harassing women and they were trying to stop him. So they were trying to shoot him and accidentally killed her. But the sad thing about this, and it breaks my heart to even say this, but if she were not Dwayne Wade's cousin, we wouldn't even know who Nikia Aldridge was.
Well,
because 8 people were shot and killed over the weekend, 38 shot and injured. No, maybe the mother of 4, she was about to register her kids for elementary school when she got shot.
She shot, she's a 32-year-old woman. She shot pushing a baby stroller. There are these cases where people who are not related to anyone famous kind of crystallize the barbarism of the city and man's inhumanity to man. This is one of them, like Hadia Pendleton, like Darian Albert, like Ben Wilson from from our day, right? The Simeon standout, baby magic, and so there are these cases that kind of capture attention and drive the conversation, drive focus. But we have the same conversation. That's the problem. Well, the same conversation. And here's what I don't hear. I want to go back to this. Mm-hmm. The civilian leadership of the city of Chicago. Those are the people that ultimately make the policy decisions on police. You had Lori Lightfoot and that Star Chamber that was conceived by Tiny Dancer put together a report that says the Chicago Police Department is systemically racist. Think that helps? In addition to being inaccurate? I don't think so. That's a civilian political leadership decision. The 50 church mice on the city council went right along with it, as they've gone right along with just about everything that Tiny Dancer's done, as they went right along with just about everything Richie Daley did for the 20 years previous, and go all the way back for the last 100 years. So when do people say, we can have the discussion about the Laquan McDonald case and Officer Van Dyke, but when do you have the global discussion about the civilian leadership? The mayor and every single one of the 50 members of the city council. When is there some accountability for the civilian political leadership in the city of Chicago? Is that a improper question?
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. But the problem for me is, what is the solution? How can we end this violence? It is so embarrassing. Just driving across the country, going in 8 states, you say you're from Chicago. Oh, why do you live there is the first thing that people say.
Yeah.
And then the second one is, how could you live there? And aren't you putting your kids' lives in jeopardy? Someone in Georgia said that to me, and I thought, I know I'm a good mom. I'm not putting my kids' lives in jeopardy. We had 2 shootings down our street They were waiters from a nearby restaurant who got robbed of their, tips for the night, but they still had a gun held to their head. I don't know when it's going to stop. I don't know when it's going to go into your neighborhood. Well, it already is in your neighborhood.
Well, it's in Lakeview too.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
The idea. I go back again to say this idea that you can have a half a dozen wards in the city where people that are doing well live, and the gilded streets along Bullmish, gilded stores and businesses along Bullmish and Lincoln Park is quite lovely, and Old Town and Streeterville where I live, and even to go down into the South Loop. But the idea you can have half a dozen wards doing very well and the rest of the city on fire around it, and you think it's not going to be visited upon the neighborhood in which you live, you're deluding yourself. Of course it is, and it is being visited upon all of the neighborhoods. And so so it's a question not just for people on the west side or the south side, it's a question for Chicago residents writ large. And oh, by the way, it's a question for suburban residents who like access to the city, want to go down to the city to see a ball game or to see a show or to go out to eat. And it's a question for the entire state of Illinois who finance the city of Chicago. This is not a question that is kind of idle if you don't live on the south side or the west side.
This is what we get for our tax dollars. One of the highest homicide rates, people not even wanting to get off onto Stony Island to go back home onto Lakeshore Drive, scared of even driving through the south side.
And Chicago is the worst example, but it isn't the only one. And Sheriff David Clark, our friend from Milwaukee County, was making that precise point over the weekend. This has become a national issue, and it's frankly right now front and center in the presidential campaign. Listen to Sheriff David Clark, not mincing words.
The American ghetto has replaced the cotton fields where Democrats have gathered blacks in these horrible, miserable conditions, all for political power.
Yeah.
These progressive policies have wrecked some great American cities, Baltimore, Milwaukee. Look at Chicago right now. 455 murders to date. That's more than the deaths of coalition forces in Afghanistan since the start of Obama's second term in 2013, where 270 coalition forces have been killed. So you have almost twice as many people killed in the city of Chicago. I don't see Obama going to Chicago to help out. Obama was in Martha's Vineyard, for heaven's sakes. That's where he vacations. He spends his time on luxurious resort golf courses. He vacations in Hawaii. That's far removed from the American ghettos.
Well, don't worry. Obama will be back in town for the library ribbon cutting, so that'll be nice. Courtney in Miami, Florida.
Hey, hi, you guys. I listen to y'all every day down here. I'm from Chicago, and I'm going on 76 years old. And I remember as kids, I came up on the south side, and we'd walk all the way downtown and back through different neighborhoods, and nothing would happen. And this year today, when you said a person got shot because nobody knew him in the neighborhood, that just showed me I can never go back and reminisce and look at the house where I came up in and my cousins and things. And then I lived on the north side over there, and I worked in Jewish bakeries to see the hate for Jews and everything and what they're doing for poor black kids down here, giving them bikes and stuff to go back to school in. It's disgusting. I wonder what the hell we're fighting a war for if we can't even live with each other here.
Mm-hmm.
God bless you all.
Thanks for the call, Courtney, and watch out for those mosquitoes down in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
My friend. At least we don't have Zika. All right. Abe on the south side. Hey, Abe.
Oh, hey. I know how to end this violence. Truth in sentences. All these guys are repeat offenders. You keep them in jail for the right amount of years for the crime committed. They're going to set an example to the rest of them. They will not commit the crimes. But, everybody's got political suicide in their mind, and they're not going to go for that.
There's not enough room in the prisons.
Thanks for
There's
the call.
There's not enough room. I mean, look at these two thugs that killed Nakia. They shouldn't have been out at all. Six felony convictions for drug and gun running. I mean, they had no business being out on the streets.
Well, so there's the short-term solution of incarceration, but then there are the long-term solutions that we have to talk about, too, and it's not a light switch. You can't just flip it. You can't just flip it and provide educational opportunities overnight. I mean, I suppose you could, but there's not the political will to do it, which is why I go back to say the civilian political leadership in the city and in Springfield. When will they be held accountable for the results of their policy choices? This is what happens when you have government destroy the family, when you have government prevent people from accessing educational opportunities. So they get the skills they need. They have the opportunity at least to earn the skills they need to be successful in life, to stay away from this destructive conduct. When do we hold people accountable in terms of our welfare programs to say, we're not going to finance dependency. We're going to be part of pursuing policies that break generational poverty by not incentivizing bad conduct. And the minimum threshold to be, an independent citizen, and we're going to hold you to account for this. So if you choose, if you make a different choice, if you choose a different path, okay, fine, but you're going to have to figure that out on your own. Again, 99% chance, I can't repeat this enough, 99% chance to never live in poverty if you accomplish 3 things. Don't commit a crime, graduate high school, don't have kids before you get married. That's it.
3 simple rules by Dan Proft.
Well, I mean, it's just... It's. I understand that this is not so easy as waving a magic wand, but I also understand that is a threshold I think most people can agree.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
That you should abide, or you suffer the consequences for not abiding it, and you deal with it, and then you're going to have a steeper incline to independent success in a free society than other people who abide that threshold. That is not too onerous a burden to place on people, in my opinion. Scott on the west side.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I've always advocated, I grew up in rural Minnesota, where every household has guns, a lot of guns. I grew up with guns, and I never thought twice about them. I could have cared less if they were there. I never really thought about them. What we need gun training in our educational system to teach people to respect guns and how to use them and the proper care and safety of guns. If it was like driver's training where every person went through it, having guns would be norm. It also would, although one thing it would do is it would teach the bad guys how to hit the target, which they often don't do.
I was just saying that they should go to the range and learn how to shoot. Because they're not hitting their mark. They're hitting innocent people who are walking their babies in strollers.
That doesn't seem to me a holistic
solution
it's not, to the problem.
It's grasping at straws, but it's something.
It is worth noting, just on the topic of guns, Pew Research Center released a poll Friday showing 44% of the country has a gun in their home. This is spiking back up. It's not an all-time high, but it was at nearly an all-time low at 36% of U.S. households having a gun in the home just a few months ago, and so it seems to be spiking in terms of gun ownership, and violence has something to do with it. The move to ban guns in the wake of some mass killings probably has something to do with it. But 44%, so nearly half of homeowners in America are gun owners.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, Donald Trump politicizes the killing of Dwayne Wade's cousin. But first, here's your forecast. Morning fog, otherwise it's going to be humid, clouds, and some sun, a high of 84 degrees. And tomorrow, more of the same, hot and humid, a chance of an afternoon thunderstorm, a high in the mid-80s. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's heavy on the outbound Kennedy with delays from California to O'Hare. 42 minutes downtown to the airport, inbound 26 minutes. It's also very slow on westbound 190. Eden's inbound, a little sluggish, approaching the junction. Clear outbound. The Eisenhower is 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. Stevenson already 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Barrington Road to 53 and Arlington Heights Road to before Elmhurst Road, where a crash just cleared. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and Bank can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Want to see what you'd look like if you had a flatter belly? Now's your chance, because for a limited time, we're giving away free trials of Somabiotics, the new discovery that flattens bloated bellies fast. But hurry and call now while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-906-9985. Strict limit of 1 free trial per household. These free trials are reserved for anyone, male or female, who's looking for maximum belly flattening in minimum time. Somabiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Want to see what you'd look like with a flatter belly? Now's your chance. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving these trials of Somabiotics away for free. 1-800-906-9985. That's 1-800-906-9985. If lines are busy, try again. 1-800-906-9985.
AM 560, The Answer.
So,
well, just one thing real quick. We're talking about the Nakia Aldrich murder, Dwayne Wade's cousin murdered. 44% of American households own a gun right now. Just want to put a point on that with respect to our urban metropolis here. It's worth noting because there's a lot of people who are so ignorant about guns and gun ownership and law-abiding gun owners. They think it's just people in big sky country that own guns that live on ranches. No, not the case. Almost half the country and owns multiple weapons like myself, including in our urban centers, law-abiding. So destigmatizing and informing the debate about guns is part of this conversation.
All right. And part of that conversation is about politicizing murders. And Donald Trump on Friday just broke my heart. He's my blood is boiling. He tweeted out, Dwayne Wade's cousin was just shot and killed walking her baby in Chicago. Just what I've been saying. African Americans will vote Trump. And he put vote Trump in all caps and put an exclamation point. Now, how insensitive is that? He should have done a condolence. I'm sorry for your loss. And he's proving the point that, what has the Democratic Party done for African Americans in certain urban neighborhoods? I understand that, but politicizing the murder of a young mother of 4 is just, and then the self-congratulatory tweet with vote Trump at the end is really, it's a low blow. It's just disgusting. Basic decency is missed here by this man.
He subsequently tweeted, the pro forma condolences. But yeah, politicizing someone's death is troublesome. Interesting, though, he is staying on this issue of race. And he released an ad over the weekend, Hillary and race, and Hillary's record as it pertains to minority families in big cities.
When we arrived in South Carolina yesterday, this was the state newspaper. Clinton camp hits Obama, attacks painful for black voters. Many in state offended by criticism of Obama and remarks about Martin Luther King.
Dr. King's dream began to be realized when President Lyndon Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
It's as if you are minimizing I have a dream. It's a nice sentiment, but it took a white president to get blacks to the mountaintop.
The damage between the Clintons and the African Americans in this country might be irreparable.
Senator Obama's
support among hardworking Americans, white Americans, is weakening.
Clinton had said a few years ago this guy would have been getting us coffee.
I am not a racist. This whole thing is the biggest fairy tale.
Geraldine Ferraro's comment to a newspaper that, quote, if Obama was a white man, he would not be in this position.
The Clinton campaign doesn't want to change the tone. They're defending this, and this, therefore, is their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, just remember, 8 years ago, it was a very different Hillary Clinton as it pertained to black voters. The Tim Russert exchange with Hillary Clinton, harkening back to LBJ, virulent racist, oh, by the way. So it's interesting. I don't think it's necessarily going to produce much in the way of votes, but it certainly does highlight much in the way of the Clinton Inc. hypocrisy.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Barbecue grill ready? Check. Cooler packed and loaded? Check. Favorite jersey washed? Check. Lucky socks not washed? Check. Tickets good to go? Check. It's not even game day yet. But when it is, we'll be ready. On the Husky Sports Network.
The season opener is finally here. The University of Wyoming Cowboys and your NIU Huskies kick off this Saturday, 9:30 p.m. on your home for NIU football, AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test for my buddy Bill.
Wait, I didn't study.
IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at.
Well, I aced my SATs, so...
Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home?
Yeah.
And what do you breathe?
Air.
And what's in that air?
Air?
Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde.
Wait, I need to move.
Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ.
That sounds smarter.
Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
Is overseas uncertainty making a dent in your portfolio? Is your bank telling you that everything is going to be okay? You don't need to feel like your finances are spiraling out of control. It's time to take a different approach with Online Trading Academy. They'll teach you how to navigate the stock market during these changing times and prepare you for future market fluctuations. Online Trading Academy certified instructors teach you a rules-based strategy where you'll trade on knowledge, not speculation, so you'll be able to identify market changes before they happen. Reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their state-of-the-art education facility in Lombard. Call now, 877-682-2442. Mention AM 560 and you'll receive a free home video study course valued at $247. Call now, 877-682-2442.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, more Clinton Foundation emails released. We'll get the latest from Charles Ortel.
And fresh off the success of the play Hamilton, Maine Governor Paul LePage challenges a legislator to a public duel. That's at 6:46.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 72 outside this morning. Two brothers face murder charges in the shooting death of an NBA player's cousin. Police here in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nikea Aldridge. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson says Aldridge was shot by convicted felons on parole.
The offenders in this case are Darren Sorrells, who's a documented gang member. Mr. Sorrells is on parole for motor vehicle theft and for escape from custody. His brother, Darren Sorrells, is the co-conspirator and is also on parole for a gun charge.
Aldridge was pushing her baby in a stroller Friday when the brothers fired shots at a third man. Police people in Florida and North Carolina scrambling to get ready for heavy rains and flooding this week. Tropical storms in the Gulf building up a major depression, bringing a lot of rain forecast for Florida and the Tar Heel State. Shoddy work, skimping contractors might be to blame for some of the deaths in last week's earthquake in central Italy. Local prosecutors say the property owners could be held liable. The quake killed at least 290. Republican vice presidential nominee Mike Pence says Donald Trump's immigration policy has not changed.
We're going to secure the border. We're going to build a wall, have a physical barrier. We're going to enforce the laws of this country, end sanctuary cities, implement E-Verify.
The Indiana governor, a guest on CNN. The man who made the laptop computer possible has died. John Ellenby was a British engineer who created the Compass. Massive portable computer with folding legs and a tiny screen, still adopted by organizations like NASA. He was 75. Police and airline officials say 2 United Airlines pilots have been arrested for suspected intoxication before they were to fly 141 from Scotland to the United States. The police service says both men will be arraigned in suburban Glasgow today. 6 are recovering following a major pileup on the Eisenhower Expressway. State police say 4 cars collided late last night near I-290 in Ashland. And Charles Osgood, the anchor of the most-watched television show on Sunday mornings, is leaving the job after 22 years. Osgood is 83, telling viewers yesterday his last regular appearance on CBS News Sunday morning will be September 25th. Osgood, who's been with CBS since 1971, will continue to, as he would put it, see you on the radio. Chicago sports. Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0. Sox beat Seattle 4-1. The News, a service of Firestone Complete Auto Care. Leaving town for Labor Day? Before you hit the road, stop by your nearest Firestone Complete Auto Care for 10% off select Bridgestone tires between September 1st and 5th. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. 6:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager appreciates Trump's candor.
Look how much African-American communities have suffered under Democratic control. You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Even I'm cheering. It is refreshing. Come on, folks. It's refreshing.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free appointment so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Results may vary. Call 1-800-400-9591. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra $400 off your all-laser LASIK procedure. That's $200 off per eye. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free appointment, call 1-800-400-9591. 1-800-400-9591.
6:37. Check the roads in our traffic center this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden, slow 2 to the junction. 22 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound fine at 19. The Kennedy, 29 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 45. Delays starting on California. The Eisenhower, 47 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 35. The Stevenson, 50 minutes. 355. The Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57's fine. Bishop Ford, you've got a 4-minute delay starting around 111. Northbound Tri-State. Slow Southwest Highway to 87th, very slow. Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Traffic service of Bank of America. Want cash back at Costco, Sam's Club, and PJ's today? Use your Bank of America card, Cash Rewards Visa credit card. Earn 2% cash back at wholesale clubs. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/getcashback. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Patchy morning fog. Several spots reporting that this morning, so drive with care. Otherwise, later today, humid. Clouds and sun, high 84. Currently 73. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Saul Z and the Z Team Realty. They guarantee to sell your home in 59 days or they'll sell it for free. Log on to callsaul.net for details.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. In the Clinton Foundation, Donald Trump has called for a special prosecutor to investigate the Clinton Foundation, and we're learning more and more as more of the contents of Hillary emails leak out, even though Associated Press reporting over the weekend that the State Department said they will not be done scrubbing her schedule for the complete schedule of all of her meetings as Secretary of State to be released before the election. I think that's a problem. But somebody who's been on this case since the beginning, we've spoken to before, is a Wall Street financial expert, Charles Ortel. And he's kind of an independent financial watchdog of sorts. He really came to prominence in 2008, where he uncovered financial discrepancies at General Electric before its stock crashed. And he's been looking at the Clinton Foundation, and he calls it the largest unprosecuted charity fraud in the history of our country, which is a big statement. And now let's get the backup for that big statement. We're happy to be joined again by Charles Ortel. Charles, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
So as you're seeing the drip, drip, drip of additional information about the Clinton Foundation and Bill and Hillary's dealings in the foundation, concurrent with her time as Secretary of State, is there anything that's particularly surprising to you or you think needs to be the focus? You know, there's so much to look at. Where should we be digging deeper?
Well, there's really two simple things. You know, you hear a lot of chatter from the different pundits who have not actually investigated the laws that pertain to charities, public charities that are right now, as we speak, soliciting using the Internet, possibly telephones and mails. If you're going to operate a public charity like the Clinton Foundation, you must make sure that your public filings are not only complete, but true and accurate and not misleading. They can't omit any material facts. And these filings do not include, for any year since October 23, 1997, almost 20 years ago, a legally compliant financial audit. People in your audience who understand accounting and know the rules will know exactly what I mean. And it's very simple to look at this. Go on their website, try to find an audit for 97 through 2004. You won't find it. Without an audit for each year, no subsequent audit is accurate. So that's the first issue. The second thing we hear a lot about is, you know, there's no evidence of pay to play. And frankly, you know, this is a radio channel, so I'll just say baloney. The simple place to look is Laureate. Laureate Education is trying to go public now. When Peter Schweitzer wrote his great book, Clinton Cash, we didn't have the kind of evidence we have now that Bill and Hillary, because they were married, pulled down $17.6 million from 2010 to 2015 for Bill's part-time work as chancellor of Laureate Education. In addition, the various financiers around the world who supported the equity and the debt of this gigantic multi-billion-dollar enterprise that was in trouble during the 2008-9 period after it went private in 2007. Many of these people paid gigantic speech payments to Bill and Hillary. And there have been, to date, no connecting of all those dots. So that's, at minimum, $17.6 million paid directly into the Clinton family while Hillary was Secretary of State for 60% of that period. In addition, the IFC, a fund managed by the IFC, that's the International Finance Corporation, and the Korean Sovereign Wealth Fund buttressed this troubled deal by making a $200 million suspect equity investment in January of 2013. So that's just one example, I would argue, of pay to play.
Well, let's start at the beginning, though. The Clinton Foundation, $17.6 million raised. Has it benefited or helped anyone in the States, in any country in Africa?
Well, see, that's not the way the IRS normally looks at this. If you want to create a foundation, a public charity, you have to apply to do a specific set of purposes. The specific set of purposes the Clinton Foundation applied to do were to be a library and presidential archive in Little Rock. They did not apply to do anything internationally. And it's not like you get a driver's license, where you can then drive any car anywhere in the world. If you get an international version, when you apply to operate a charity, the IRS wants you to tell them who's qualified to do what specifically are you going to do. And they want to make sure that you accomplish those purposes. There is no evidence in the domain as of yet that the Clinton Foundation was ever authorized to do anything other than do work in Little Rock. The notion that maybe they may have done something good around the world makes up for this gross error. It's actually a gross violation of the rules, is just laughable. It's just not true.
Well, in addition to that, Jonah Goldberg has made this point, this whole good work argument they make. This is like the mob boss who distributes turkeys at Thanksgiving to people that he forces to pay protection money the rest of the year. So your good work in context doesn't look so good, really, in the grand scheme, and I do mean scheme of things, and that's the point. It's a misdirection play from Clinton Inc. But I want to go back to something that you had also previously mentioned, that just in terms of donations received, in terms of the reporting by the donor and the reporting by the Clinton Foundation in terms of the amount of that donation, there are discrepancies there, too. So just even basic accounting that would be caught by an audit that hasn't been done doesn't jive either.
That's absolutely true. Speaking of your area in Chicago, there's, a man whose political views I don't share, but nonetheless who runs in general, a pretty well-managed foundation. Fred Eichner manages Alphawood Foundation. And starting in 2004, when the Clinton Foundation was not legally authorized to fight HIV/AIDS, and when it certainly wasn't authorized in China, Mr. Eichner, according to the records, gave around $2 million a year for several years for that purpose. And the numbers in the Clinton Foundation filings are hidden on their site. You have to go to Massachusetts to get the 2004 year. Afterwards, there is no filing for the AIDS fighting thing in 2005. The numbers don't square. That's small beer compared to the Gates Foundation, which has given over $200 million to the Clinton Foundation in many years for purposes where the Clinton Foundation was not authorized. And the amounts on the Gates Foundation filings don't foot with the Clinton Foundation filings. And the biggest donor, Unitate, has given over $600 million to the Clinton Foundation. And starting in 2006, none of the numbers foot in the Clinton Foundation with what Unitate believes or claims it's sent towards Little Rock.
You say this is like a part of a vast left-wing conspiracy, kind of paraphrasing Hillary's famous invocation during the Lewinsky scandal, because they can't get away with the lack of required audits and the misreporting of financial contributions and the like without help.
Exactly. And in recent weeks, there's been a growing clamor for a special prosecutor to get to the bottom of it because our own domestic political system is so hobbled by the partisan divide. In truth, actually, you don't need a special prosecutor. Any state attorney general, and more importantly, any foreign government could decide to make an issue of this at any time, and I think they will. I mean, I've begun to start talking to certain state AGs and certain offices and certain foreign governments, and the more that we look at this, the more it becomes likely that one or more of these governments will actually open a serious investigation beyond the ones that have already been mooted by the FBI in league with one or more U.S. attorneys.
Now, Charles, I keep hearing that the Clinton Foundation is based in Canada so they could skirt American law. Is there any truth to that?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Clinton under U.S. law, if you want to operate internationally, you must tightly control your operations from a U.S. base. And starting in around August 2002, the Clintons broke that rule by, I believe, operating out of the Bahamas. They also, as you mentioned, have set up joint ventures in Canada, in Sweden. They control something in the UK. They have multiple subsidiaries around the world. And though they are required under certain state laws to explain this labyrinth so that anybody can follow it, they've never done that. And no accounting firm has ever produced, as I said at the top of this, a legally compliant audit that would allow you to check all these things. So in order for this to operate for more than 20 years, very clearly, government authorities, probably Democrats in key states like your own, have said, we're not going to take on the Clintons.
And the fascinating thing about this, both Schweitzer's book and your work, is this you don't have subpoena power. You're not law enforcement. This is a matter of doing due diligence, accessing public records.
Exactly. And, public charities, I might add, public charities in the United States are one of the things that does indeed make our country great and exceptional. Lots of people, it's the poor people who reach into their pockets and they give money they probably shouldn't give away to a myriad of charities. They expect those charities to be properly run and lawful. And, it should come as a shock, I think, to those listening to this broadcast that a charity operated by two lawyers, and Bill and Hillary are both lawyers from Yale Law School, would be this badly run. It's outrageous.
It's true. I mean, the idea of a couple of lawyers from Yale Law School being unethical is just shocks the conscience. Charles Ortel, financial analyst and watchdog, has done great work on reviewing the Clinton Foundation public filings and identifying trouble areas, as he just described. Charles, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Coming up next, be careful what you leave on voicemail. And, Dan will explain. But first, here's your forecast. We're already plowed through that morning fog. It's going to be sunny today, a few high clouds, warm and humid, a high in the mid-80s, and pretty much the same for tomorrow, but we do have a chance tomorrow of an afternoon thunderstorm, a high once again in the mid-80s. Any normalities on the roadways? How's that outbound Kennedy shaping up? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, Amy, good morning, and good morning, Dan. It's very heavy with the delays starting around California Avenue. We're looking at 45 minutes downtown to O'Hare. And tack on some additional slowdown still on westbound 190 from the Kennedy to around Bessie Coleman Drive. Inbound Kennedy is 30 minutes from O'Hare to the Burns Circle. Inbound Edens at Foster River, report of a crash. 27 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 19, the Eisenhower's now 56 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 40 from Manheim. Outbound 40 to Thorndale. Stevenson 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40. Ryan 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 423. It's slow on the eastbound Adams Tollway, Barrington Road to 53, and very slow from Gulf Road to before Elmhurst Road. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Economic reports on tap as the trading week begins. Hundreds of Kraft and Heinz workers face layoffs as Labor Day approaches. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993 or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
The Commerce Department will start this new week with an update on personal incomes in the U.S. Also today, the Dallas Fed will release its monthly survey of manufacturers in Texas on how operations in the Lone Star State are unfolding in the third quarter. As Labor Day approaches, about 200 Kraft and Heinz workers in the U.S. and Canada are facing the unemployment line. The Chicago-based company has declined to give a specific number of layoffs, but acknowledges the moves are to reduce costs. If you own a Mazda CX-T SUV built between 2006 and 2012, chances are you'll be receiving a recall notice. Mazda says it needs to repair a potentially dangerous steering control defect. Owners will be notified if their vehicles are subject to the recall. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, ChicagoRadioDeals.com makes it easy for you to get fit with these exclusive deals from MFC Sports Performance in Darien. It seems like everyone has a kid who participates in school or club sports. Well, these kids could benefit from strength and endurance training, which is why MFC Sports Performance in Darien is offering a deal on open group training for your child. This $99 deal is only $50 for an 8-session package. Get in on the action yourself. MFC has another 8-session deal for adult boot camp fitness training, $79 value for $40. Hey, need time for yourself? Well, visit the Primal Ocean Salt Cave in LaGrange, where your stress begins to disappear when you step into that wonderful pink Himalayan salt cave. Experience it with an array of packages, which all include a salt cave session and either an aqua massage, aqua escape, or ionic foot bath detox session. Now, these amazing packages normally $65 to $70, but they're only $40 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. This is limited, so scoop them up while you can. For more exclusive offers and healthy deals, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, hormone balance is a big deal. If your hormones are out of whack, it can account for so many health challenges like low energy and fatigue, spaced out memory, low sex drive, otherwise known as the dead in bed syndrome. Nothing excites you anymore with you watching more and more TV every night, misusing food or alcohol, and then there's the hair loss that you thought was age appropriate, and then the weight gain. Let me tell you about our specially priced, dirt cheap hormone test. No blood, just saliva. Interesting that with over 33 years in private practice, I've never seen normal hormone test results in the first go-around. And that's why you need to have us help you balance your hormones once and for all. So call our HealthQuest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. Oh, and be sure to listen to HealthQuest Radio with me, Dr. David Kobaba, this Saturday morning at 11. But for now, call 800-794-1855.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Maine Governor Paul LePage is a rather colorful fellow, very outspoken, big Trump supporter, and you'll understand why. He, not of the politically correct variety of politician, but been successful in Maine, which is no easy feat for a Republican. And he didn't take kindly to a state legislator in Maine, Drew Gatine, calling him a racist, and he left this message to express himself.
Mr. Gatine, this is Governor Paul Richard LePage. I would like to talk to you about your comments about my being a racist. And I want to talk to you. I want you to prove that I'm a racist. I've spent my life helping black people, and you little son of a socialist, I need you to, I want you to record this and make it public because I am after you. Thank you.
And you challenged him, too, to a duel.
Yeah,
a
inspired
shootout,
by
like
the success of Hamilton.
Yeah.
Right, and he said, I'm not going to be any Alexander Hamilton if we have that duel. Gatine, you snot-nosed little guy. That's what he went on to say.
It's awesome.
So that's LePage. I kind of like it. I like the idea of going back to the duels of the 1800s. 17 and 1800s.
I'd have my money on LePage, too.
Yeah.
I think he'd be quick on the trigger, and he'd turn around faster.
But the question is, do you like that LePage voicemail better than Eddie Acevedo Jr.'s voicemail that he left Danny Solis, this was in the city of Chicago, after Acevedo's brother, Alex.
Father, didn't it?
No.
His brother.
His brother lost a state rep race to replace his father.
Uh-huh.
So Alex Acevedo running against Teresa Ma in the Chinatown neighborhood. Teresa Ma beats Acevedo's son, Eddie Acevedo's son, and Eddie Jr.'s brother. And Eddie Jr. didn't like the fact that Solis didn't support his brother, and so he left him this message.
Sounds like a bad soap opera.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny Solis, this is Eddie Jr. Let me tell you something, motherfucker. I'm not my father. I'm not my brothers. You've been f***ing our family over for years. You know what? You motherfucker, you this election, and you're going to deal with me, motherfucker. So you know what? You could call my dad, whoever the f*** you want to call, because I'm not my brothers, and I'm not my father, motherfucker. They're going to have to deal with me, you motherfucker. We lost the election because you're motherfucker. So remember that, motherfucker. You know what? We have no idea. So when I see you, it's on, okay? So I don't care. You take this message as it is, bro, because you our family, bro. Remember that, motherfucker.
Eddie Jr. Eddie definitely wins on points. Eddie Jr. wins on points for the number of beeps. But I think LePage wins on substance, especially hearkening back to our nation's founding and the traditional duel to settle a score.
The sad thing is I have not seen Danny Solis at my spin class at East Bank Club since this voicemail message. Is he okay? Is he safe?
Eddie Jr. better have an alibi.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Sacrifice. When you have children, sacrifice just comes with the territory. You sacrifice a new outfit for a new baseball glove. You sacrifice a romantic getaway for summer camp. You sacrifice because you love your child and you want him or her to have every advantage. Let us help you lessen the sacrifice it takes to send your son or daughter to the finest private schools in Chicagoland by half. That's right. When you go to halfpriceschools.com, you'll find half off tuition for some of Chicagoland's most reputable private schools, from preschool all the way through high school. And you won't have to sacrifice hours in the car either. Our partner schools are located across Chicagoland. Chances are there's one near you. You want the best for your child. You're willing to sacrifice. And here at AM 560 The Answer, we're ready to help you with half-price tuition for private schools. Explore your options today at halfpriceschools.com. That's halfpriceschools.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How's that House Republican perjury case against Hillary Clinton coming? We're going to ask Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan at 7:07.
And later, Weiner is at it again, this time sexting with his son. Gross. But first, let's go to the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, two brothers charged in the death of a cousin of Dwayne Wade. WIND Chicago News Times, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's his biggest ad buy yet. Donald Trump will spend up to $10 million this week advertising in 9 swing states, 8 of them Mitt Romney lost in 2012. This as the Republican gets ready for a big immigration speech. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave Trump's campaign has said he's looking for a fair and humane way to deal with illegal immigration, leading some to question whether the Republican is backing away from his promise to deport millions. At Trump's speech in Arizona Wednesday, running mate Mike Pence told CNN he's remained consistent on his immigration policies.
We're going to secure the border. We're going to build a wall, have a physical barrier. We're going to enforce the laws of this country, end sanctuary cities.
A Clinton spokesperson says Trump's immigration policies are fueling a dangerous movement of hatred across the country. Dave.
Rachel, an illegal immigrant is facing charges in Louisiana over a deadly bus crash. Fox's Tanya J. Powers is on the case live.
Well, Dave, Dennis Rodriguez, here illegally from Honduras, was driving the bus that was carrying flood recovery volunteers when it hit a fire truck and firefighters that had responded to an earlier crash yesterday. 2 people were killed, including a fire chief. 36 more were hurt. Rodriguez is expected to be charged with 2 counts of negligent homicide, reckless operation, and no driver's license. He does not have a commercial driver's license either, Dave.
Tanya, there are a few dozen flights delayed going into Los Angeles today after the chaos last night when reports of gunshots and people panicking, running out of terminals onto the tarmac. It affected people on flights, too.
I was held on a plane for an hour before they let us back in.
But it was all for nothing, a false alarm. Police found no evidence of shots fired, and the all-clear was given a short time later, around 11 p.m. L.A. time. ISIS is taking credit for a suicide car bombing today in Yemen that hit a group of pro-government troops, killing at least 45 of them as they waited to travel to Saudi Arabia for training. A suicide bombing at a wedding in Iraq killed at least 15 people. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy skies. It's 70 degrees this morning. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 brothers face murder charges in the shooting death of a cousin of NBA player Dwayne Wade. Police here in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nikia Aldridge. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson says Aldridge was shot by convicted felons on parole.
Offenders in this case are Darren Sorrells, who's a documented gang member. Mr. Sorrells is on parole for motor vehicle theft and for escape from custody. His brother, Darren Sorrells, is the co-conspirator and is also on parole for a gun charge.
Police say Aldridge was pushing her baby in a stroller when the brothers fired shots at a third man. Former Chicago transportation official to be sentenced today after he was convicted of taking bribes to steer $100 million in red light camera contracts to a Phoenix company. The U.S. District Judge in the case scheduled to sentence John Bills. In Chicago federal courtroom, federal prosecutors are asking the judge for a 10-year prison sentence as a floor for the former number 2 at Chicago's Department of Transportation. Police are searching for the driver involved in a deadly hit and run in Morton Grove. Denise Cavada was driving Friday night when another car collided with her vehicle on Gulf Road between Washington and Shermer. 2 in that car that hit the victim fled the scene on foot. 1 has been found. Another altercation between an Illinois prison inmate and a correctional officer. The incident happened at the Shawnee Correctional Center. The disturbance happening less than a week after 6 officers were assaulted at the Correctional Center in Pontiac. Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0 on Sunday, while the White Sox backed Carlos Rodon to a 4-1 victory over the Mariners. The news a service of Accountemps. With summer vacation plans quickly approaching, do you find your accounting team short-staffed? At Accountemps, they offer professional temporary accounting and finance support when your employees head out for the summer break. Call today or visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps is a Robert Half company. 7:04, time to check the climate of your business with AirComfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Okay, kids, the campfire's out. Let's hit the road.
Dad, the fire's not out. It's still smoking.
No, close enough.
Come on, Dad, do your homework. If it's too hot to touch, then it's too hot to leave.
I knew that.
You're never too young to get your smoky on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
There's nothing convenient about shaving, overpaying for razors, running out of shaving gel, using old blades because you forgot to pick up new ones. That's gonna hurt. The nicks, the burns. But now all that's changed because now there's Harry's. Harry's makes shaving better. We take the stress out of it. No more shaving with old blades, running out of lotions and gels, or paying an arm and a leg for blades. With Harry's, we deliver everything you need for a quality shave right to your door at a fraction of the cost. At Harrys.com, you can order what you need when you need it, or sign up for one of Harry's flexible subscription plans. Harry's is so sure you'll love their shave, they'll send you their popular free trial set. It comes with a great razor, their world-famous blade, and shaving gel. Plus, they'll throw in their soothing post-shave balm, also free. Just pay a minimal shipping charge. So take shaving into the new era and start enjoying it for a change. Just go to Harrys.com right now and enter code Radio69 at checkout. That's Harrys.com, code Radio69. That's Radio69.
7:06. Let's check the roads this morning. In our traffic center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, it's slow going from Niles Center to the junction. It's 28 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 57. The Eisenhower bottled up St. Charles to the Tri-State, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Circle, it's 56 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 40 from Manheim. Outbound, it's 40 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 48 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to the Loop, northbound Tri-State. Slow in pockets from 95th to 31st, and very slow from Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway delays, Beverly to 59, Barrington to 53, and Gulf to Elmhurst Road. Reagan Tollway slow, the Aurora Toll to Eola, and approaching the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to Roosevelt, and Lake to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy morning fog, otherwise humid with clouds and sun. High 84. Tonight, partly cloudy and humid, low 69. Partly sunny with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 83. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This tragedy isn't just noteworthy because Miss Aldridge has a famous family member. It's noteworthy because these two offenders are the prime example of the challenge we face here in Chicago.
I'll continue to sit. I'm going to continue to stand with the people that are being oppressed.
In recent days, the media, as it usually does, has missed the whole point on immigration.
He has said that if you want to be here legally, you have to apply to be here legally. He is not talking about a deportation force, but he is talking about being fair and humane, but also being fair to the American workers who are competing for jobs.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Did you see Hillary Clinton's Marie Antoinette moment over the weekend in Reno? Listen to this. She's doing one of these, kind of Potemkin campaign stops where she's sampling the offerings from a local chocolatier. Mm-hmm. And the press tries to ask her questions, and she says...
She's busy eating chocolate, right?
Let them eat chocolate.
Now's a good time for a question, right?
Well, I want you to offer it to all the press. They are so wonderful.
We brought out all plates.
So cooperative, so hardworking. They all deserve it.
Why not outright call Donald Trump racist today?
No, they'll love this, Jen.
Your husband meeting said.
Everybody try one.
Everybody try one. It's all a big laugh fest. By the way, that Marie Antoinette thing is about let them eat cake.
Yeah.
Let them eat brioche in the day. It may be apocryphal. It comes from a Rousseau biography on Marie Antoinette. He never specifically named her, and that biography's come into question. So I just want you to know.
Well, thank you so much for setting that straight for me and all the listeners.
When you use that with your friends, when you use that let them eat cake reference, and you disparage the name of Marie Antoinette, I just want you to know that it's in controversy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so for questions that Hillary Clinton is not answering, press availability she's not having, and perhaps smartly, because she may be using her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination as House Republicans pursue a perjury case against her for lying under oath before Congress. We want to get a check on the status of that and some other matters related to Clinton dealings, and we're happy to be joined by former state champion and NCAA champion wrestler.
Good for him.
Who happens to be a congressman now. He's kind of he hit his peak in college, and now he's just a member of Congress. He is Congressman Jim Jordan, Republican from Ohio's 4th District. Congressman Jordan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you both this morning.
And so, where is that perjury case that you all are trying to construct against Hillary? Where does that stand?
Well, it's been referred to. We sent a letter to both the Judiciary Chairman, the Oversight Chairman, sent a letter to the Justice Department and the FBI saying, look into this. We're not real confident, frankly. I mean, we've seen what the FBI and Justice Department is going to do based on what Mr. Comey and Ms. Lynch told us in July relative to their investigation of Secretary Clinton's email arrangement. So we're not real confident, but nevertheless, she did give false testimony to me, frankly, last October.
Yeah.
I asked her about how many servers she had. She said one. It turned out to be multiple. I asked her to turn them all work-related documents. Obviously, they didn't. There are 15,000 that showed up. We just got that from the FBI a week ago. And she said that they examined her and her legal team examined every single email, which Mr. Comey said they didn't. So when you're, under oath in front of a congressional hearing and you give answers that aren't accurate, that's not a good thing. So they should look into it, but they won't, in my judgment. That's why I would call for a special prosecutor. But frankly, I'm not too sure they're going to do that either. So
we'll
keep going.
Yeah, Congressman, how many classified emails do you believe she sent?
The Comey said several, maybe 100 or so. So we don't know for sure. But based on what Mr. Comey said, she told us in that same hearing that nothing was marked classified. That also turned out to be a false statement. So we'll see. But I think the bigger issue is the fact, remember why they did this. She set this arrangement up because right from the get-go, she wanted to hide information from the public. This was all about the Clinton Foundation. Anyone with common sense, anyone with basic logic understands that. And then when she got caught, she said, we'll decide on the front end. Me and my legal team will decide which ones you get, which ones we keep. The ones they kept, roughly half. The ones they kept, they destroyed And they even went to, as Mr. Comey testified, to the degree of erasing their personal devices. Her lawyers did. So they did everything they could to hide this information, and still some of it comes out. We're trying to get at it, examine it. What we do have has been redacted heavily, as Mr. Chapin talked about last week. But we'll keep digging.
And on the intent side, this little nugget that came out last week, that according to Trey Gowdy, your colleague on the House Oversight Committee, they used BleachBit, this publicly available utility to delete material from the computers, from a computer's hard disk, BleachBit. And so they're purposely trying to delete so it's unrecoverable, which it seems to me speaks to intent, unless she was just concerned that emails from her yoga instructor saying she's not as flexible as she could be were going to be too embarrassing for her.
Or something about wedding dresses or yoga. Yeah, no, that shouldn't surprise us. Again, Mr. Comey's already testified last month that the lawyers erased their personal devices, scrubbed their personal devices. They got to decide on the front end which ones we got, which ones they kept, and then they destroyed those. So it doesn't surprise me that they used BleachBit to make sure that things weren't going to be available for the public and the American people to see. Again, just confirming what we all suspected from the get-go. This was set up to make sure when they were doing their pay-to-play, which obviously seemed like what was going on with the Clinton Foundation, that no one would see this evidence, no one could see these emails.
On the topic of the Clinton Foundation, the emails are revealing more, in addition to news agency investigations like AP did last week, revealing more about the intersection or the overlap or the complete consolidation of the State Department with the Clinton Foundation, depending on your perspective. And these are a couple of interesting cats. One guy is a securities trader in Chicago who gets to play with nuclear weapons for donating to the Clintons. And another guy can't even get into this country, but is a major donor to the Clintons. I'm talking about Rajiv Fernando, the Chicago securities trader, and Gilbert Shagori, the Lebanese billionaire who was denied entry into the United States last year because of his ties to Hezbollah.
Yeah, no, it's scary. I mean, here is the chief diplomat commingling at work with what the Clinton Foundation is up to, people giving contributions. And mostly what took place here, it seems like, is they got access. They got access to high-ranking people in the government. They got access to certain events. That's what they were selling, and it sure seems that way based on what we've seen thus far in the email. And the part that I think is probably most troubling for most Americans is this idea that now in America, the greatest country ever, there are now two standards. The vast majority of people think, there's one standard for we the people, and then there's a completely different one if you're politically connected like the Clintons. And somehow you get away with behavior that no one else could get away with. That's what's wrong. That's why I'm so troubled by what we've seen from this Justice Department. When you have a Justice Department that is, in my judgment, much more focused on politics than they are on administering justice, that is a big problem in our country and something that has to change going forward.
Well, it's so obvious, especially in those newly released State Department emails that show the contact between the Clinton Foundation and Hillary Clinton's inner circle, Uma Abedin and others. Big donors were got to handpick who they sat next to at luncheons. Like one donor wanted to sit next to Joe Biden, and of course they arranged that. And it's so clear in these newly released emails.
It's all about access. That's what seems to be for sale. That's what this points to. And again, when the top diplomat in your country is engaging in that behavior, it is wrong. Any other American engaged in those kind of things would be in trouble. But somehow, if your name's Clinton, you're former Secretary of State, former Senator, former First Lady, and you're one of the major party's nominees for president, somehow it's a different standard for you. That is not how it's supposed to work. It is supposed to be equal treatment under the law, regardless of who you are and what your name is.
We're talking to Congressman Jim Jordan, Republican from Ohio's 4th District. And Congressman Jordan, one of the other things your colleague Trey Gowdy suggested last week is that after reviewing the emails that were made available to certain members of Congress with security clearance, some of the emails that the FBI had recovered that Hillary Clinton hadn't previously turned over, that Sidney Blumenthal, her shadowy, lurking confidant, was much more than just some mere advisor. He didn't go on to detail how the FBI characterized Mr. Blumenthal, but he suggests that there's something there with respect to Sidney Blumenthal leveraging his relationship with Hillary to leverage the State Department on behalf of his private clients.
Well, no, that doesn't surprise me. I have not personally reviewed it. I talked to our legal counsel on the phone last week about his review of the documents, but it doesn't surprise me. Remember, back in the Benghazi, in our investigation there, Mr. Blumenthal is the one who told Hillary Clinton to go take a victory lap after Gaddafi was thrown out because this was her baby, and even used the term Cleo, which is the goddess of history. He says, "Help Cleo now. Help the goddess of history. You'll be remembered for this." Yeah, she's remembered for Libya because Gaddafi was a bad guy, but a bad guy had control of his country. She was the catalyst for pushing the administration to throw him out. And then, of course, we've seen what took place after that happened, and what a chaotic place Libya is today. So it doesn't surprise me that Mr. Blumenthal is the FBI thinks he's a little different than maybe what was initially described by the Clintons.
Speaking of
the Benghazi investigation.
And speaking of Benghazi, I wonder what your reaction is to Judicial Watch filing a civil wrongful death suit against Hillary Clinton on behalf of a couple of the families who lost a family member in Benghazi.
Judicial Watch has been very helpful in getting us, helping us get information with their FOIA lawsuits. Look, here's the conclusion. Libya alone should disqualify Secretary Clinton from being President of the United States. This was her baby. She pushed for it when it happened, and we had this terrorist attack 56 days before the election. She told one thing privately, the truth, and she told the American people a different story. She told that the parents, Tyrone Woods' father, Sean Smith's mother, a different story than what was accurate, what was truthful. And no commander-in-chief should mislead parents about what happened to their kids when they gave their life for this nation. This is so wrong what she did, and she did it for political reasons, and she started the spin even before the attack was over. When Tyrone Woods is still on the roof of that one building on the annex fighting for his life, she's doing political spin at 10:08 that night when she tried to blame it on the video, and that is as wrong as it could be. That alone should disqualify this individual from being president.
So, Congressman is a member of the House Select Committee on Benghazi and other. You've been in front of Hillary Clinton several times. What does she look like when she's lying to you or misleading the public?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into how she looks.
Does she do it effortlessly?
She walked into that hearing with Cheryl Mills, Huma Abedin, Heather Samuelson, David Kim. I mean, it was amazing. The legal team she had walked into that hearing last October. They were feeding her information throughout those several hours of questioning. All I know is that when I asked her about why did she start the spin at 10:08 when the attack wasn't over, she tried to say that what she wasn't ascribing a motive to the video, but everyone understood that's exactly what she was doing, and including later on. That when after the attack had happened, when she stood there with Tyrone Woods' father and Sean Smith's mother, and told them when they were receiving the remains of their children, she told them the false narrative. So it is what it is. It's just unfortunate that someone in a high position like that wouldn't be straightforward with the American people and wouldn't be straightforward with parents.
One more housekeeping item in response to your idea that in this country we have kind of two systems, one for the rich and powerful and those that are politically connected, and another justice system for everyone else. The impeachment of William Koskinen, the IRS commissioner, where does that stand?
We're going to push for that. I mean, again, understand the fact pattern here. With three preservation orders, 2 subpoenas in place, he allows 422 backup tapes to be destroyed, containing potentially 24,000 emails. Some of those are most likely Lois Lerner emails. I mean, here's the guy brought in the president's words to restore confidence in the IRS, and he's done anything but. Remember here, he learned in February of 2014 that there were problems with Lerner's hard drive. He waits, and missing emails. He waits till June before he tells Congress and the American people. And in that same 4-month time frame, that's when they allowed the documents to be the backup tapes to be destroyed. And those backup tapes were under subpoena. Now, any private citizen, you get audited by the IRS, and you allow documents to be destroyed, and or you can't find them, and you wait months to tell the IRS, and then the backup disk that contains those documents somehow gets destroyed in that same time frame. What's going to happen to you? You are getting fined.
Not going to be good.
And you may be going to jail. So the same thing should apply to Koskinen. He should be impeached for that kind of behavior.
All right. He is Congressman Jim Jordan from Ohio's 4th District. Congressman Jordan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
You bet.
And he joined us.
Take care.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine right now, hot and humid. High today of 84 degrees. And then tomorrow we're going to have partly sunny skies. It'll be warm and humid and an afternoon thunderstorm rolling through here, a high of 83. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy, and Dan. Good morning. Northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway at stop and go from I-55 to the Boughton Toll Plaza with a crash on the left shoulder. Farther north, scattered delays 63rd to Roosevelt, from Army Trail to 290. Tri-State southbound, we're seeing a slowdown from Eau Plaine to 176, northbound 95th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 47th and Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Edens is 23 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. Kennedy, 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's an hour and 2 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 40 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 48 minutes. And Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
If you're not getting cash back for shopping, you're missing out. Download Ibotta now. IBOTTA. It's the hottest app to earn cash on everyday purchases on groceries, apparel, electronics, restaurants, and more. Just unlock, shop, and get cash. Download Ibotta today, free from the App Store, and for a limited time, get $10 just for trying it. IBOTTA. For cash back every time you shop, you've gotta Ibotta.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, text LEARN to 42424. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, text LEARN to 42424. Again, that's LEARN to 42424.
If you're serious about selling your home, now is the time. Supply is low and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. I've done the research, and along with my Salem Radio colleagues, Mike Gallagher and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. That demand helps sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. If you owe the IRS or state-backed taxes and cannot afford to pay them back, there's good news. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in today's economy, the IRS has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Qualifying for this program will resolve your tax problem, end all collections, and possibly reduce your back taxes by up to 90%. If you are facing wage garnishments, liens, bank levies, audits, or payroll taxes, it's not too late. Your circumstances may qualify you for this special program, protecting your savings and your assets. If you owe the IRS or state-backed taxes and cannot afford to pay them back, there's no need to worry anymore. Call the hotline at Victory Tax Solutions to see if you qualify and potentially save thousands. For this free information, call 800-352-4757. 800-352-4757. That's 800-352-4757.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR.
According to the Department of Labor, 60% of employers said their employees' health habits were their biggest concern when it comes to managing rising healthcare costs. Many companies today are faced with rising healthcare expenses that comprise their operating budgets. Fortunately, innovative workplace wellness programs exist to help control spiraling healthcare costs, health risk assessments, one-on-one wellness coaching, and a wide range of online and mobile resources assist employees in living a more healthy lifestyle, significantly reducing illness, absences, medical claims, and accidents. More information on workplace wellness can be found at WSEAP.com. That's WSEAP.com.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, heard Sunday afternoons at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is powered by Tandem HR.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy are talking to Congressman Jim Jordan from Ohio. When it, calls to mind Barack Obama, one of the few times I agree with Barack Obama. Now, he was 8 years early, but his ad in 2008 about Hillary Clinton saying anything and changing nothing, boy, it certainly rings true today, doesn't it?
It's what's wrong with politics today. Hillary Clinton will say anything to get elected. Now she's making false attacks on Barack Obama. The Washington Post says Clinton isn't telling the truth. She championed NAFTA, even though it has cost South Carolina thousands of jobs. And worst of all, it was Hillary Clinton who voted for George Bush's war in Iraq. Hillary Clinton, she'll say anything and change nothing.
She'll say anything and change nothing. She would say anything back in 2008, as throughout the course of her life. She would have changed something, just as Barack Obama did. But now, Obama's words are actually appropriate. Hillary Clinton in 2016, she'll say anything and change nothing. Trump should just kind of cut and paste and change some of the verbiage to put Trump where Obama's name is, and he's got a spot.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Here's a quiz. Is identity theft just when someone other than you puts charges on your credit card? Nope, that's part of it, but identity theft is actually when someone pretends they're you for any number of undesirable reasons, like opening new accounts or a utility bill. Is it true that identity theft can't happen to you? Nope. 1 in 4 people have experienced identity theft. Will LifeLock help you more with identity theft than free credit monitoring will? Yep. LifeLock's proprietary technology detects a huge range of identity threats. And if you ever have a problem, one of our US-based agents will work to resolve it. So how'd you do on the quiz? Come on, how'd you really do? No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you get a versus a when it comes to identity protection. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS to get 10% off now. LifeLock.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did, and that's called David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. If you have an FHA loan, listen very closely to this amazing success story. Joey heard David encouraging borrowers with FHA loans to call him about eliminating PMI and reducing their interest rate, and Joey is ecstatic that he called. David helped Joey refinance out of his FHA loan, eliminate his PMI, lowered his rate, paid all of his closing costs, and saved him over $250 a month. One phone call to David increased Joey's family's cash flow by over $3,000 a year. So if you have an FHA loan and would like a free evaluation to see if you could eliminate your PMI and lower your rate, all you have to do is pick up the phone and call David now, 312-751-1333, or just visit am560david.com. David has helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but guess what? He can't help you if you don't call, so call him, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, NMLS 19186. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
If I'm Blaine Gabbert's agent, I'm telling him, you want to be the starter for the 49ers? Stand for the anthem at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 2 brothers face murder charges in the shooting death of a cousin of Bulls player Dwayne Wade. Police here in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nikia Aldridge. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson.
The offenders in this case are Darren Sorrells, who's a documented gang member. Mr. Sorrells is on parole for motor vehicle theft and for escape from custody. His brother, Darren Sorrells, is the co-conspirator and is also on parole for a gun charge.
The firestorm that erupted over the skyrocketing price of the EpiPen has prompted company Mylan to announce it will make a generic version available with a $300 list price for a 2-pack. The company already charges $608 for a 2-pack of the branded EpiPen. Mental illness and illegal immigration, early hot topics this week in the presidential campaign. Democrat Hillary Clinton tries to roll out a comprehensive plan to integrate mental health services into health care nationwide. And Donald Trump says he'll deliver a detailed speech on comprehensive immigration in Arizona. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie says Hillary Clinton's plan to deal with illegal immigrants is unlawful.
Hillary Clinton has a 100-day amnesty plan where everybody here, no matter whether you've been a criminal or not, no matter how you got here or not, is going to wind up becoming American citizens under Hillary Clinton's plan.
On ABC's This Week, the National Hurricane Center issues a tropical storm watch for North Carolina's coast. We're also watching a tropical depression that may hit the Florida Straits. Fire at a Belgian crime lab, apparently intended to destroy evidence, sparked a bomb scare today after nearby residents heard something explode as that fire burned. Belgium has been on high alert since coordinated suicide bombings at a Brussels airport and subway on March 22nd. Former Chicago Department of Transportation official to be sentenced today after John Bills was convicted of taking bribes to steer a $100 million contract for red light cameras to a Phoenix company. No one hurt following a shooting on the Dan Ryan Expressway. State police say shots were fired at a vehicle last night near 33rd. Chicago sports. White Sox winners over the Mariners 4-1. Was the Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0. And the news, a service of Accountemps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for long-term or reoccurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Accountemps salaried professional service may be the solution. Accountemps, call today or visit accountemps.com. Accountemps is a Robert Half company. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My America is really easy. I can sum up my America in about 9.5 seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's my life, it's my money, it's my family, it's my business. I'll be responsible for everything. Government, get the hell out of my life. 9.5 freaking seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
That might have been 8.5 seconds.
Join me, Dan Proft, for the 36th Annual Northwest Suburban Republican Family Picnic on Sunday, September 11th at the Bussey Woods Forest Preserve in Elk Grove Village. Tickets are just $25 per family if you order ahead, and you can do that at goppicnic.com. Ticket price includes food and drink for the whole family, entrance into the petting zoo, pony rides, bounce house, face painting, and more. Visit goppicnic.com for all the details.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro Painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro Painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
7:37. Let's check our roads in our traffic center this morning. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound side of the Ryan Expressway, it's bottled up 51st to 31st. There's a crash in the two left lanes in the express. School bus involved. It's 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Edens is running 22 minutes from Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 32. The Kennedy, 47 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 62 minutes. The Eisenhower's an hour. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 48 minutes. Tollways are heavy, including the Tri-State southbound Eau Plaine to 176. Traffic is a service of Firestone Complete Auto Care. Leaving town for Labor Day? Before you hit the road, stop by your nearest Firestone Complete Auto Care for 10% off select Bridgestone tires between September 1st and 5th. Whatever you drive a Firestone. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Patchy morning fog. Otherwise, we'll have a humid day shaping up. Clouds and sun, high 84 and low of 69 overnight. 73 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the greatest financial crime in history. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Colin Kaepernick, it was likely he was going to be the backup quarterback for the 49ers behind Blaine Gabbert from...
Blaine Gabbert's quarterback from...
the University of Missouri Tigers.
Oh, Mizzou.
Yeah.
Is he a rookie this year?
No. 10th pick, I think, by the
Okay.
Jags. A couple years ago. Kaepernick didn't stand for the national anthem of the weekend. Of course, you've probably heard this by now. He said, I'm not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses black people and people of color. To me, this is bigger than football, and it would be selfish on my part to look the other way. There are bodies in the street and people getting paid leave and getting away with murder. And then he doubled down yesterday, saying that his unwillingness to stand before the anthem will continue.
This is his third pregame that he has not stood for the national anthem, but that's the first time that it, made national news because people focused in on him sitting down on the bench.
I mean, ultimately, it's to bring awareness and make people, realize what's really going on in this country. There are a lot of things that are going on that are unjust. People aren't being held accountable for. And that's something that needs to change. That's something that, this country stands for freedom, liberty, justice for all. And it's not happening for all right now. I'll continue to sit. I'm going to continue to stand with the people that are being oppressed. To me, this is something that has to change. And when there's significant change, and I feel like that flag represents what it's supposed to represent, and this country is representing people the way that it's supposed to, I'll stand. There's people being murdered unjustly and not being held accountable. Cops are getting paid leave for killing people. That's not right. That's not right by anyone's standards.
I'm left listening to Colin Kaepernick in sort of a lugubrious state.
Lugubrious. I love that word.
Lugubrious.
Common spelling, yeah. Lugubrious.
Because that statement he made yesterday is on the occasion of the 53rd anniversary of Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. So think about the quality of appeal on matters of racial harmony and justice before the law from 53 years ago, as offered by Martin Luther King, to what you hear from an ignoramus like Colin Kaepernick. I would just have loved to be one of these these kind of addled sports reporters who only know X's and O's to the extent they know that, to ask some follow-up questions to Colin Kaepernick. So when you talk about accountability, where? Particular cities? Particular communities? Please name them.
Particular police forces?
Yeah, who's in charge? People that are being paid leave to kill people. Well, specifically, who are you talking about? Give me names. People not being held accountable. Again, I'd like names. Because it seems to me that the whole Black Lives Matter, and by the way, there's some reporting that over the summer, Colin Kaepernick converted to Islam. and that his girlfriend or fiance is a Black Lives Matter activist. That's been reported on some of the blogs. I don't have independent confirmation of it. I'm just relaying what we hear on the internet and a couple of different sources. So maybe that has some influence in his change of heart, because it is interesting. I mean, he's been in the league for several years. These problems that we have in our urban centers are not new.
Right. Where was he during the Michael Brown hands up, don't shoot era?
So maybe this is a recent conversion to this point of view.
Or maybe, this is my theory, he faces a very big uphill battle to make that 53-man roster, and that he's doing this as a last-ditch effort to try and stay on the team.
How would that help?
Well, because he probably think, if I take a stand against this, which there is no, rule in the NFL saying that you are required to stand up during the national anthem, but that he be, that would be discrimination against him if he were cut from the team. Well, we're going to cut you from the team because you didn't stand up during the national anthem.
Yeah, we're going to cut you from the team because you throw the ball to the other team too much of the time. So that's why we're probably... potentially you play the victim and that insulates you from accountability. That would be ironic if that's what he's doing while he's calling for accountability for others. So many follow-up questions to the dizzying intellectual foray offered by Colin Kaepernick. He's an irrelevancy, but it goes to this larger mindset. And it's interesting. I made the connection to the murder of Nakia Aldridge over the weekend. Obviously, one is just a dumb jock, and the other is a tragedy, the loss of a 32-year-old woman who was doing nothing other than walking a baby in a stroller.
Yeah, on their way to register kids for school.
So that's the sign of the times in Chicago, and Colin Kaepernick's kind of the sign of the times in terms of some of our discourse. But it's interesting to me, if you don't know the backstory on Colin Kaepernick a little bit, Colin Kaepernick was adopted by a white couple. So Black Lives Matter to a white couple who adopted Colin Kaepernick and raised him. And Black Lives didn't matter to two black felons who murdered Nakia Rogers. So maybe this national conversation that Colin Kaepernick is so anxious to have needs to be about character, not color. Maybe we need to go back 53 years to what Martin Luther King had to say in his I Have a Dream speech and refresh our memories, since we hold Martin Luther King out to be the standard of kind of leadership towards racial harmony. Why don't we kind of fast forward that standard? Why don't we bring his message current rather than having to listen to the race hustlers and the poverty pimps from Flager to Jackson to Sharpton to athletes to people that don't know anything and haven't thought through anything? What about that? It seems to me that would be so much more productive.
Well,
than,
do you think
than even, by the way, even Dwayne Wade, even D. Wade's call for an end to violence? Oh, it's easy to call for an end to violence when you or a loved one has been victimized. And what does that even mean?
No. He was calling for an end to the violence at the ESPY Awards before that.
What does that even mean?
No, but even the day, because he's asking people to put down your arms, stop fighting.
Yeah, how's that going?
Well, even the day before his cousin was shot, he was on an ESPN town hall to talk to people, to tell people to stop shooting each other.
It's important for all of us to help each other, to go back and say, you know what, where did this start at? How did this start? And let's see how we can change there.
Yeah, I mean, I like D. Wade, and I like where his heart is on the issue, and I know he's a good father and all of those things. But so I'm not trying to single him out. It just happens to be the tragedy du jour.
Well, that faced his family. It doesn't matter how rich you are, how successful. I mean, look at, there's others. What was her name? Her nephew was murdered. Oh, gosh. Singer from Chicago.
Jennifer Hudson. I mean, she's not, no one's prone to violence in the city of Chicago. Right. And so get past the preschool rhetoric about helping one another. And let's have the difficult conversation and then some difficult decision making. Again, if it's accountability we're after, how do you not hold a mayor of the city of Chicago, since we're talking Chicago, accountable for, number one, continuing the destructive policies that have torn apart the city over the last half century, really century, and number two, then abdicating. He's abdicating. Police, talk to Eddie Johnson. Here's what David Clark, our friend, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark, had to say over the weekend about what's going on in places like Milwaukee and Chicago?
These progressive policies have wrecked some great American cities. Baltimore, Milwaukee. Look at Chicago right now. 455 murders to date. That's more than the deaths of coalition forces in Afghanistan since the start of Obama's second term in 2013, where 270 coalition forces have been killed. So you have almost twice as many people killed in the city of Chicago. I don't see Obama going to Chicago to help out. Obama was in Martha's Vineyard, for heaven's sakes. That's where he vacations. He spends his time on luxurious resort golf courses. He vacations in Hawaii. That's far removed from the American ghettos.
I want Dwayne Wade and Flager and Sharpton and Jackson and all the other appointed spokesmen by the white media of the black community. I want them to respond to Sheriff Clark. You want to have a conversation about this? You want to kind of think past the normal bromides you get in the wake of a murder like Nakia Rogers' murder? Then let's have response. Let's have a real kind of substantive discussion about who's in charge, what they're doing, what the options are, and what we should do. Otherwise, it's just people making T-shirts and holding candles. And you know what? It's nice, and I appreciate the sentimentality of it, but it's not doing a damn thing in terms of quelling violence, is it? No, it is not. Charles in Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello, yes, this is Charles, Marine Corps, 3rd Marine Division, 68, 69, 70.
Thank you for your service.
I'd like to talk about Kaepernick. He fumbled the ball. This man fumbled the ball, and he also put our military, our police officers, and all who are keeping him alive. And the police are doing security in where he plays football. They're protecting this man, and here he's saying what he's saying and sitting, and his hand is not over his heart, and he's just not standing what he should be doing. And our pledge to the flag and our God Bless America.
Thanks for the call, Charles. Appreciate that. Phil in Buffalo Grove.
Actually, I would love to get rid of the presidential debate and have one between Sheriff Clark and Father Flager. I think that'd be very interesting television. Otherwise, where was Kaepernick's stance when there was illegal use of hands by guys he played with against women? Where's his stance there?
Yeah, Ray McDonald.
One of his teammates.
Yeah, right. Right. Thanks for the call, Phil. Yeah,
that's a good point.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. And I'll tell you what, I think Colin Kaepernick is going to lead the league in personal fouls against, even if he's on the bench. But Chicago police, just sticking on Chicago, this too, the civilian decision, I don't think that police chiefs are making this decision. The number of detectives on the Chicago police force has dropped by more than 25% since 2008, down to 922 from 1252. So you have fewer cases being cleared. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
And
fewer detectives on cases and a higher number of cases and homicides.
Bob in Waukegan.
Yeah, Dan, I knew you were going to be Amy's cohort when you sat in the beginning and you made her laugh snort, which was extremely funny. I have a daughter that does the same thing, so it's cute to me. But we're never going to we're never going to fix the crime. The brown line's going right behind me. We're never going to fix the crime in Chicago as long as Democrats are in power, because Democrats are all into feeling. They're not into reality. They want to feel good about not having criminals feel upset about stop and frisk. But until you put something in place that's going to make the criminals uncomfortable, you're never going to be able to protect the people, which is exactly what their job is in the first place. So if you want to feel good, you're going to be a Democrat. If you want to do good, you're going to be a Republican.
Thanks for the call, Bob, and don't play on the tracks.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Watch out for the third rail. Hey, today, plenty of sunshine right now, hot and humid. Enjoy your last week of summer, kiddies, a high of 84 degrees. Then tomorrow, partly sunny, an afternoon shower, a high of 83. Let's see how that outbound Kennedy's doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not getting much better, Amy and Dan. It's an hour from downtown to O'Hare, jammed North Avenue to Canfield. Inbound, it's 58 minutes now. The Edens, 22 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 29. The Ike, an hour. Thorndale to downtown, outbound an hour 10. There's a crash on northbound 53 at Irving Park on the right shoulder. It's really slow on the extension starting around Church Road. Stevenson, an hour and 2 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 48 minutes. Bryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. In the express lanes at 31st, there's a crash involving a school bus on the left shoulder, and it's a full bus. On the Tri-State, it's slow southbound Eau Plaine to 176. Northbound, very slow. 95th to 31st, and from the Cermak Toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Eastbound Adams to Reagan tollways are very heavy, so is the northbound Veterans Memorial. Jim Talamonte and the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
For over 4 years, foreclosure defense attorney Lou Bridges has shared the truth about foreclosures. For as little as $80, you can advertise your business in Lou's show on AM 560 The Answer. It's easy. Your advertisements will be professionally written and produced. You'll get credible exposure for your business on a radio station that touches listeners in 4 states. All sponsorships in the show are category exclusive. All sponsors must pass a rigorous vetting process prior to Lou endorsing and recommending your company to his listeners. Lou is looking for sponsors in the following categories: credit repair, HVAC, moving, siding, roofing, banking, IRS tax resolution, car dealers, painting, remodeling, and lawyers. Don't delay. Find out today how you can reach potential customers for only $80 a week with The Lou Bridges Show. To become a sponsor on AM 560 The Answer, call Larry Chappell now at 847-312-8197. That's 847-312-8197.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
The critics of income inequality say they are for social justice. But what does that mean? It means that if you're really productive, if you work hard, create lots of wealth, and make a lot of money, you're doing something bad. You're creating inequality. So what's fair? Well, what's fair is that government take a bunch of your money and give it to other people. Why do they deserve it? Because they didn't create much wealth. That's what it comes down to. Social justice says to punish people who've done nothing wrong for the sake of other people who have not been wronged. On the other hand, justice says to punish people for the wrong they've done to others. To learn more, visit ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, after a lot of vacillation, Donald Trump is making a big immigration speech on Wednesday in Arizona.
And at 8:18, we'll have Anthony Weiner's latest Twitter discharge. Oh, gross.
But here's Mike Scott in the newsroom. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Amy and Dan. A man killed by a car on Chicago's northwest side. Police continue to investigate. Illinois' unfunded pension liability set to get larger, and 2 brothers charged in a gun death in the city of Chicago. The Bears make some cuts to their roster, and the White Sox were Sunday winners. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The screens are full of flights scheduled on time at LAX this morning after the chaos last night that Steve-O Young posted on Instagram. Reports of gunshots sent people running out of terminals onto the tarmac.
Through social media, people were sending out information which kind of snowballed into all these multiple calls for secondhand information of shots being fired.
But Rob Pedregon with the Los Angeles Airport Police says it was just a scare. Nothing happened, no shots, but it took a while to reopen roads and rescreen passengers. One guy wearing a Zorro costume with a plastic sword was taken into custody. People on the Carolina coast and Florida's Gulf Coast are on storm watch. Fox's Evan Brown tracking 2 systems live in Miami.
Dave, there is an official tropical storm watch in effect for the North Carolina coast. This includes the barrier islands known as the Outer Banks. It's a favorite vacation spot. Tropical Depression number 8 is a little more than 200 miles away from Cape Hatteras, and the system could become a tropical storm tonight and bring up to a half foot of rain. Tropical Depression 9 is now swinging through the Florida Strait and is expected to swing back to the northeast through the Gulf and hit Florida's upper west coast by Thursday, Dave.
And Donald Trump will detail on Wednesday what he would do as president on immigration and how he'd handle those here illegally. Then on Saturday,
he's going to be appearing at a black church in Detroit to talk about his plans for fixing the inner cities. This comes immediately after Donna Brazile, who took over the DNC from Debbie Wasserman Schultz, criticized him for talking about outreach to African Americans, but never appearing in a black church.
That's Fox's John Roberts outside Trump Tower. Hillary Clinton's released a plan how she would deal with mental health issues if elected, as the Democrat continues 3 days of fundraising with wealthy donors and celebrities in New York's Hamptons. We were out buying more in July. Consumer spending rose a 4th straight month, though the 0.3% increase was less than the 0.5% jump in June. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly sunny and 72 degrees. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 2 brothers face murder charges in the shooting death of a cousin of Bulls player Dwayne Wade. Police here in Chicago say they have arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nikea Aldridge. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson says Aldridge was shot by convicted felons out on parole.
The offenders in this case are Darren Sorrells, who's a documented gang member. Mr. Sorrells is on parole for motor vehicle theft and for escape from custody. His brother, Darren Sorrells, is the co-conspirator and is also on parole for a gun charge.
A former Chicago transportation official set to be sentenced after being convicted of taking bribes to steer a $100 million red light camera contract to a Phoenix company. U.S. District Judge Virginia Kendall scheduled to sentence John Bills today.
Immigrants. They got to go out.
But how do you do it in a practical way? You really think you can round up 11 million?
You know what? At some point, we're going to try getting them back, the good ones.
You're going to have a deportation force, and you're going to do it humanely.
Are you going to be sending in officers?
An investigation underway for
people
to get them
out. We're going to be giving notice. We're going to be saying you have to go. We have at least 11 million people in this country that came in illegally. They will go out. They will come back. Some will come back. The best through a process. They have to come back legally.
Into a large increase in taxpayer contributions to teacher pensions. Board voting to lower its rate of return on investments from 7.5% to 7%. Dodgers over the Cubs 1-0 on Sunday. White Sox winners over Seattle 4-1. The news a service of 7-Eleven. Chill out this summer with 7-Eleven with a refreshing ice-cold big gulp. And try a classic chicken sandwich or their new quarter-pound classic cheeseburger for $1.99. Only at 7-Eleven. 8:04 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next. But first, the AM 560 Business Beat, and from the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Mylan is responding to outrage over the pricing of its allergy treatment, the EpiPen, and will offer an authorized generic version for $300, half the price of the pen. Mylan says the generic will be available in several weeks. Last week, Mylan offered to expand its patient assistance program and offered a discount card. It's been 2 months since British voters decided to exit the European Union, but the Wall Street Journal says so far there's no sign of a recession. Retail sales declined after the vote but improved this month, and so far there's no sign employers have been cutting jobs in Britain because of that vote. You might not have to worry about a delay if you've ordered a new Golf or Passat from Volkswagen. The company says its production will be back to normal today after it settled a dispute with suppliers. The Dow was down 53 Friday, NASDAQ up 6, and the S&P down 3. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:05 in Chicago, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When you hear the word chiller, the first thing that pops into your mind may be a frozen drink from your favorite convenience store. If you run a business or you're a maintenance engineer, you know of a different kind of chiller, the mechanical one that keeps you, your employees, and customers cool in the summer. And with this summer predicted to be hotter than normal, you don't want to get stuck on one of those 90-plus degree days with no AC. Better call Air Comfort and get your chiller tuned up and running at peak performance. A professional inspection can find small problems before they become big problems, and proper maintenance can keep your system from wasting energy and money. Air Comfort will make sure your equipment is clean and obstacle-free. And if your AC is about to or has stopped working, they can install temporary solutions to keep you cool while the long-term fixes are put in place. The key is preventative maintenance, and Air Comfort can help. Schedule a comprehensive assessment of your mechanical system today. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack? When you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price. And because Harry's is so confident in the quality of their blades, they'll send you their most popular set, complete with a razor, one of their world-famous blades, shaving cream, and post-shave balm for free, if you cover shipping. A total value of $20 at no cost to you, with code 1150 at checkout. Their way of saying thank you for trying them. How is Harry's able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures the blades. That's how. Go to harrys.com now and enter code 1150 at checkout to claim your free trial set and post-shave balm. That's harrys.com. Code 1150.
8:07. Let's check our roads. And in our traffic center this morning, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. A crash on northbound 53 at Irving Park on the right shoulder is causing big delays on the outbound Eisenhower, with the delays on the extension starting around the Tri-State Tollway and continuing to Irving Park. It is an hour and 20 minutes from downtown to Thorndale, inbound an hour 10. Edens is 20 minutes, Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 29. The Kennedy, 58 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 52 minutes. Inbound Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, just ticked down to 52 minutes from 3:55. Outbound, it's 48 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, slow 120 to 176. There's a car fire on the right side. Northbound, very slow, 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis. Cermak Toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway, it's slow going from Arlington Heights Road to Lee. Reagan Tollway, stop and go from the Fox River to Eola. 59 to Acme and 83 to the Tri-State. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise humid with clouds and sun today with a high 84, then a partly cloudy and humid night with a low 69. Partly sunny with an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow, high 83. An evening shower or thunderstorm, otherwise partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low 67. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
73 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is powered by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping the lights on through summer storms.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This tragedy isn't just noteworthy because Miss Aldridge has a famous family member. It's noteworthy because these two offenders are the prime example of the challenge we face here in Chicago.
I'll continue to sit. I'm going to continue to stand with the people that are being oppressed.
In recent days, the media, as it usually does, has missed the whole point on immigration.
He has said that if you want to be here legally, you have to apply to be here legally. He is not talking about a deportation force, but he is talking about being fair and humane, but also being fair to the American workers who are competing for jobs.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Amy, Trump has a speech on the topic of immigration this week.
In Arizona. Wednesday, yeah.
Sure. I'm sure Sheriff Joe will be in attendance.
Oh, yes.
And he's clearly moved on the issue over the last week in some of his pronouncements. But now there was some kind of restating of core Trump proposals in this area from the primary. Over the weekend, Kellyanne Conway, his new campaign manager, said the wall is still an integral part of his immigration plan. Mike Pence did the Sunday talkies, essentially kind of restating Trump's position and saying it really hasn't changed in substance. He's just modulated the tonality a bit. But
yeah, well, it sounded like the wall would be built after the criminals would be deported, and hopefully the people will voluntarily leave and then get in line to come back in the country.
Well, there's a lot here, and we kind of need to funnel this. So, but let's understand first that Trump has changed what he is saying about immigration.
And the left calls that flip-flopping on the issue, and there was a lot of vacillation last week, and then he was going to have his speech, and then he didn't. But let's take a walk down memory lane and listen to what Trump has said in the past about immigration and building the wall.
They're illegal immigrants. They got to go out.
But how do you do it in a practical way? You really think you can round up 11 million people?
You know what? At some point, we're going to try getting them back, the good ones. You're going to have a deportation force, and you're going to do it humanely.
Are you going to be sending in officers?
We're going to be sending in people in a very
into
nice
homes
way.
To get them out.
We're going to be giving notice. We're going to be saying you have to go. We have at least 11 million people in this country that came in illegally. They will go out. They will come back. Some will come back, the best, through a process. They have to come back legally.
Now, in point of fact, a lot of what he's saying in those sentence fragments has just congealed into an actual proposal. And this is kind of the challenge with Trump. He says things off the cuff. He says things in a kind of an obtuse manner, and then he fills in the blanks later. And it seems to me that he's starting to fill in the blanks later, although there has clearly been a move. But to a position that was not dissimilar to the position of many of the Republican presidential candidates in the primary, who he ridiculed for being soft on immigration. But he is still saying, at least my understanding of where his view is at present, his policy proposals at present, that there will be some path to normalization for the people that are here, but they will have to leave and come back. He is still saying that. So there may not be as much inconsistency as first reported, just because the edges have been rounded off in terms of how he is talking about immigration now versus how he was talking about it in the primary.
You think people that are here illegally are going to abandon their homes or their work or their children and leave and come back here?
Here's what I think. I think you have.
It sounds great, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I think you have a three-pronged problem, and the first problem poisons the well for everything else. Everyone agrees, President Obama, all the Republicans, everyone agrees that people who are violent offenders and in this country illegally should be gone, right?
Yes.
And yet they're not. And the federal government's inability to accomplish something everybody says should happen poisons the well for a conversation about refugees who are fleeing persecution. It poisons the well in terms of some way to normalize people that are here, maybe not citizenship or even a pathway to naturalized citizenship, but legalization so that you can bring them out from the shadows if their only transgression was violating the law to come here, but they've otherwise been productive and law-abiding during their time here. All of those discussions are impossible when people see the federal government can't do the one thing everybody agrees they should do in advance of our personal safety and national security. And I think that's the core problem, and that's, to me, where Trump should focus. Let's get more insight on this and other issues from our friend Rachel Campos Duffy. She is the Libre Initiative's national spokesperson. And you recall she and her husband, Sean, who's a congressman from Wisconsin, spoke at the convention, and they did very well. Yes, they were very well received. It was a very entertaining speech because they had a little fun with the size of their family, which I think is now 42.
Or 54.
I've lost count. But the Libre Initiative is a nonpartisan, nonprofit grassroots organization that advances the principles and values of economic freedom to empower the Hispanic community in this country. And we're pleased to be joined by Rachel Campos Duffy. Rachel, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. This is a really important subject.
Well, so give us kind of your reaction to Trump's move on the immigration matter and pick any of the topics that we were discussing under that umbrella of immigration.
Sure. Before I talk about Trump, I do want to quibble with you a little bit. And you said, even President Obama agrees that we should be getting rid of the felons that are here. And I just don't believe that.
Okay. Well, I mean,
the federal government can do it. It just won't do it. I don't know why, because Hispanics don't benefit from being lumped in with felons and criminals and drug runners. And so I think that I think you're right. If Donald Trump just focused on that alone, I think it would clear up the subject so we know who we're talking about.
Well, my point was just President Obama is taking that rhetorical position. I agree with you that he's not serious. We have the resources and the ability to do that if we wanted to. He just doesn't really want to. But the fact that nobody seems to want to and that you don't see progress on that front, it kind of delegitimizes the entire political class in D.C.
Completely agree with you on that. Completely agree with you. And frankly, I mean, I listened to the clips that you played of, he said this. It's confusing. I mean, I tried to prepare, to speak to you, and it's really hard because he's constantly moving on these positions. And it's, somebody who's running at this stage for president shouldn't be throwing vague statements out and then filling it in later. I don't like the way he's approaching this. He does this with all subjects. It's not just immigration. And at this point, I think he owes it to the American people to care about policy enough to get some detail and let us know what he's saying. So
Rachel, do you think he's hurt himself by delaying his immigration speech?
I think he's hurt himself by not clarifying any of this. I mean, and I think it was smart to soften on his rhetoric. I mean, it was not where the people are at right now. I think that, people want felons out. People want an immigration system that works. They don't want the president to use executive authority, executive actions, and abuse that for this purpose. I think people want immigration decided and debated in the people's house. And frankly, there always has been on the conservative side a desire to deal with this. The problem is the president has had political motivations in taking it out of legislation and debate and into executive orders where he can then, claim that he's the one who really cares. But the problem is all of these orders can be reversed. They don't help in the long run, not just because it's not giving the certainty that Hispanics who are here need to know, can I stay? How long? When this president's gone? Will it be reversed? It's not just that, but it's also poisoning the well. It's poisoning the discussion. It's making people think that our laws don't work and that our system is broken from a constitutional point of view. So there are people on both sides of the aisle who want to deal with this, but the president, frankly, has interfered
I wonder,
over and over again.
The Libre Initiative is about extending the principles and values of economic freedom to empower Latinos in this country. So I wondered if you could speak to the complicated nature of the Latino community. We talk about the Hispanics or Latinos like we tend to kind of treat every group as a monolith based on their race or their gender. And it turns out, if you actually look at the data, there's a lot of differences among people of Latino heritage from different places in the world, number one, and also the longer you've been here. In other words, there's a difference between first generation, second generation, third generation on some of these issues, and the importance placed on issues like immigration. And so I just wonder if you could kind of provide some texture when we talk about the Latino vote or the Hispanic vote.
Absolutely. So if you've got a second generation or third generation Hispanic who is a working class person, they will be competing with people who come here without documentation or willing to work for less money. So it is true that it does undercut wages. On the other hand, I live in Wisconsin. I can tell you right now, over 40% of all people who work in the dairy industry are Hispanic, many of them undocumented, a big majority of them. So you have a situation where you're not going to get milk, your cow's milked, unless you figure something out on how do you keep these people, because there's clearly a demand for that labor specifically in that particular field. And there's many other areas in agriculture and other places where there's a demand for this labor. So how do we make it so that we can legalize people so they can work? I mean, one of the things the Democrats are doing that I think is also very counterproductive is they're assuming that everybody that's here illegally came here to become a citizen. That's not true. Many of them are just wanting to come here, make money, and go back. And so we need to legalize their labor here and create a circularity so they, with a guest worker program, so they can go back when grandma's funeral happens, or, they can come back and forth legally. And many of those people, as I said, don't want to become citizens. And I've talked to Mexican officials in the Mexican government who also say that that's true, and that's the case. So this is also getting tied up in the amnesty, blanket citizenship for everybody. There are some that come here with the desire to become citizens. There are many, many, many who come here just to work, want to work, and take their remittances back home. And we need to create a system that meets all these different levels. And you're absolutely right. The concerns of a Mexican American in living on the border, third generation, is different than a Mexican American who's here and undocumented, just as there are different concerns for the Puerto Rican community in Orlando and New Jersey as there are for Cubans in South Florida. So it is not a monolithic group. You're absolutely right about that.
And then one of the other issues is just the concern about our ability to vet people coming to this country generally. And this, on the occasion this week of the 10,000th Syrian refugee to reach the U.S., is part of the resettlement program that President Obama has initiated. Again, not that we don't want refugees fleeing religious or political persecution. That's one of the great things about this country. But we also want to know who is coming to this country and for what purpose, and that's not unreasonable, is it?
Absolutely. And by the way, many of those refugees that are coming, I think a lot of Americans thought we were going to be bringing over groups that were being severely persecuted, Christians, Yazidis, and so forth. And we found that when they've looked at these populations that are coming over, that's not the case, that we're not bringing those people over. So that's one thing to look at. But, yeah, I think every country has a right to know who's coming in and who's coming out. And no one knows better than, Latinos who are escaping really dangerous countries like, in Central America, that they want security here, and they understand that that's something that a country has a right to do. And we have a right to know who's coming in and who's coming out. And it's the responsibility of our Congress to figure this out and to have a debate where the American people have their voices heard, and there's a legislation that also serves the interests of those who are coming here to work. They are working. They are contributing to our economy. They are making our goods and services, in many cases, cheaper and more affordable. So we need to do right by everybody. But we can't do it when it's, by executive action, and which, by the way, Hillary has said she will expand what the president has done. It poisons the water. It makes people upset. It makes them angry about the system. And it also doesn't serve the people that they claim to be wanting to help well, because they don't have certainty in it, and it can be overturned. And I think everybody wants a situation where the people weigh in through the representatives, and it's done constitutionally.
All right. She is Rachel Campos Duffy, the Libre Initiative's national spokesperson. Rachel, thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Plenty of sunshine today. Will be humid, 69 degrees right now, going up to high of 84 degrees. And then tonight, partly cloudy, a low of 69. And then tomorrow, well, pretty much the same. We're going to have partly sunny skies, hot and humid, an afternoon thunderstorm, and a high of 83 degrees. Any high travel times? Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's heavy, Amy, on eastbound I-80 from I-55 to Center with a crash now on the right shoulder. The Edens is just 20 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, but outbound 35. The Kennedy, 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 47. The Eisenhower is an hour and 10 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 51 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour and a half to Thorndale, thanks to an earlier crash at Irving Park, really jammed from the Tri-State to Irving Park Road. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 47 minutes. The Ryan is 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. There's an earlier crash involving a bus at 31st. Tollways are heavy, including the northbound Veterans Memorial, really slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, then North Avenue up to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
You've saved for retirement but aren't sure what to do with your savings. You need to make it work for you and make it last. The Alpha Wealth Group has cutting-edge programs designed to help you identify the challenges surrounding retirement. They'll help you create a clear picture and roadmap for your future, how to maintain your present standard of living and make your money last. So don't wait until you're left without options. Get answers you need in a free report, 5 simple steps to a stress-free retirement. This invaluable report is from Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group here in Chicago. Tom is the host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays at 9 a.m. on AM 560 for the past 8 years, and has been featured in Fortune and on Fox Business. Are you ready to get serious about your retirement? Call the Alpha Wealth Group now for your free report, 5 simple steps to a stress-free retirement, at 800-748-3185. That's 800-748-3185. Or visit alphawealthgroup.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, co-founder, president, and CEO of Signature Bank. We founded Signature Bank in 2006 with one goal: to serve as Chicago's business bank. Now, 10 years later, we've seen that vision turn into a reality. We'd like to help your business realize all of its potential. My co-founders and I have many years of experience in commercial banking. When we learn about your business, we sit down across the table from you. When you have concerns, we pick up the phone to talk them through. We know your name and your story. At Signature Bank, when we make a commitment, we deliver.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk to a leading critic of Common Core. He's Duke Pesta, Associate Professor at University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh, at 8:38.
And later, should Anthony Weiner have his son removed from his care? We'll tell you why. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Permanent ceasefire, words that many thought would never be spoken, takes effect in Colombia today. Between the Colombian military and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, known as FARC. Two sides reaching a peace agreement following 52 years of bloody combat. One man who rushed to the scene says bodies were everywhere. A suicide car bombing claimed by ISIS in Yemen's southern city of Aden has killed at least 45. Italian authorities are trying to figure out how to provide warmer, sturdier housing for those made homeless by last week's earthquake that killed nearly 290. Already, 2,700 are staying in temporary tent camps. A woman is under arrest in California for allegedly sparking wildfires. California Highway Patrol this morning says Renee Hogan was high on drugs when she was driving on the right rear rim of her car, which emitted sparks that started that blaze. They burned through 500 acres so far and has prompted evacuations. Two brothers are facing murder charges in the shooting death of the cousin of NBA player Dwayne Wade. Police here in Chicago say they've arrested Darwin and Darren Sorrells in the shooting death of 32-year-old Nikea Aldridge. No one hurt following a shooting on the Dan Ryan Expressway overnight. State police say shots were fired at a vehicle near 33rd. And a man is in custody following a deadly shooting on Chicago's far south side. It happened early this morning at the scene of a domestic dispute near 112th Place and Perry Avenue. Cubs fell to the Dodgers 1-0 on Sunday, while the White Sox were winners over Seattle 4-1. The news, a service of Staples. Staples has everything you need for back to school at the lowest prices with their 110% price match guarantee. Price match plus 10% difference discount valid at checkout for items from retailers operating online and retail stores. See store or staples.com for details. Staples, make more happen. 8:32 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher points out the many differences between Trump and Hillary.
Make no mistake about it. Hillary Clinton wants to punish people who have had financial success. Donald Trump does not. Trump wants to make the business community have more breathing room, have less onerous regulations and taxes. Hillary Clinton does not. But of course, people are all caught up in what the latest bombastic thing Donald Trump said and getting on that whole bandwagon.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
The following is an incredible, life-changing free offer for anyone with hearing problems who wants to start hearing everything more clearly again. We're now offering free in-home trials of a revolutionary hearing breakthrough called Listen Clear to anyone who calls this special toll-free number now, 1-800-933-0414. Call in the next 10 minutes and you'll also qualify for free shipping and free batteries for life. Listen Clear is precisely designed by top audio engineers. It adjusts to let you find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And Listen Clear is so invisible, people may not even know you're wearing it. And it's so lightweight, you may even forget you're wearing it too. Don't miss this special life-changing opportunity to hear everything more clearly again for free with a 100% free in-home trial, free shipping, and even free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-0414. That's 1-800-933-0414. 1-800-933-0414.
You always listen to AM 560, The Answer. You've heard all about Turnkey IT, Chicagoland's leading IT service provider for small business. Turnkey provides world-class support and customizable plans for businesses with 5 to 100 users. And with some of Turnkey IT's programs, you get all new equipment, free security, and antivirus protection. Sound great? Then why haven't you called Turnkey IT? There's really no excuse. Turnkey IT is setting you up with their best offer yet. Through the summer, all AM 560 listeners receive their first month of service for just $1. Your business will receive comprehensive coverage, including unlimited help desk and online support, network hosting, and antivirus protection its first contracted month for just $1. Ready to make the switch? It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro now. That's turnkey.pro. And tell them AM 560 The Answer sent you. Get ready to focus on the important things of your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today.
8:35, let's get an update on the roads in the traffic center this morning. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The southbound tri-state is jammed solid. Gulf Road at 2E with a crash in the two right lanes. Northbound slow, 75th to 47th. Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Prepare to slow down at 2E as well. Eisenhower's a mess. There was an earlier crash on southbound 53 at Irving Park. Make that northbound 53 at Irving Park. So it's an hour and a half from downtown to Thorndale. Inbound, it's an hour and 22 minutes. Eden's 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 40. To Kennedy, 54 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 49. Stevenson is an hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound 47 minutes. Bryant 40 minutes. 95th to downtown. Delays on the eastbound Adams Tollway from Gulf to Lee. Reagan Tollway 31 to Eola. York to the Tri-State. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Patchy morning fog beginning to burn off, leaving behind very high humidities today. Clouds and sun with a high of 84. 73 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with Ken Severa. Heard Saturday evenings at midnight here on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, how are Peyton and Eli liking the Common Core there over at Blaine? They enjoying that? Can you figure out their math homework?
No, I tried, and you had to explain why 6 minus 2 equals 4. You have to explain how you can get there.
Well, I'll tell you, one critic of Common Core was rather persuasive. Watch this interview over the weekend that was on the Daily Caller, the Ginny Thomas interview series that she does. The woman is Sam Sorbo, who is the wife of actor Kevin Sorbo. Mm-hmm. You know, or what was he, Hercules, right?
Yeah.
Sam, his wife, is former model and biomedical engineer from Duke. So this is a sharp...
So she's a smart cookie.
Yeah, she is sharp, and she's got a sharp criticism for the teachers' unions and for Common Core.
Let's talk about bullying, if you don't mind, because we know that we have a problem with bullying in our schools. And yet the head of the teachers' union, Michael Mulgrew, said, I will punch you in the face and I will shove you on the ground if you try to take away my Common Core. Okay? Now, that's bullying language. Mm-hmm. It's bullying behavior to sort of scream that at somebody. But the most important part of that is the applause that he got from all the teachers.
Yeah. Well, Michael McGrew, he likes his Common Core, clearly, if he's willing to punch people in the face over it. I think if he tried to punch our next guest in the face, though, he would get more than he bargained for from the profile picture of Dr. Duke Pesta, who is an associate English professor at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and about as big a fan of Common Core as Mrs. Sorbo is. And we're pleased to be joined by Duke Pesta now. Professor, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much for having me today.
So you have been an outspoken critic of Common Core for a couple of years now. Give us kind of your general critique, the thesis of your critique.
Wow, it is a complicated question. I always take a question like that and break it into two issues. Number one, Common Core represents the greatest appropriation of power over education by the federal government in American history. It didn't begin this process. Bowles 2000, No Child Left Behind, all those, even the creation of the Department of Education began this process, but Common Core really moves it forward. And number two, whenever the federal government has that kind of control over something as central as education, inevitably they are going to pound all sorts of indoctrination and non-education stuff into it, which is what they've done. So it's dangerous in terms of what our kids are learning, and it strips power and control of education away from local communities and parents, moms and dads, who are the primary stakeholders of public education.
Yeah, well, in Chicago, I mean, our school, we needed every federal grant dollar we could get, so of course we accepted Common Core at CPS. But has studies shown, is it effective? Are our kids learning more? Are they better prepared for high school or college, for that matter?
The reality is that Common Core was never tested. There were no measurements. There were no research-based scientific studies done to see if Common Core would work. So it was sold to Illinois schools on a lie that it was better than what you had. And every metric we've used since it's been implemented shows it's failing. So bad is the performance of Common Core that most states aren't even revealing the test scores that the kids have taken because they are such a nightmare.
Well, what about the pedagogy behind Common Core? The art of the teaching, is it just kids have to get used to a different style of learning, and you're catching kids kind of midstream with learning the way that, say, me and Amy learned growing up versus how you have to learn to do long division today, and these stories that we hear, these anecdotes we hear from, like, chemical engineer who can't do his son's chemistry homework and so forth. So give us your assessment of the pedagogy, I suppose, is the question.
Well, far too many people think that Common Core is just a set of standards, and I'm glad that you guys know it's not. You know that it's also, in order to reach the standards, there's a very particular kind of pedagogy, teaching, and curriculum that goes into it. And this curriculum is a nightmare. It's not designed to make kids master subject areas. This curriculum is not designed, as you said already, it's not designed to make young kids able to do math at high levels. This is what I call social justice pedagogy. It is designed to make sure that all kids end up in the same place. I mean, literally, the common in Common Core means that all kids are going to come out with the same education. And if you're going to give 60 million American school kids to the same standard, by definition, it has to be a lower standard. So we're putting achievement behind our twisted notions of what equality is. So all kids will have the same math degree. All kids will know the same amount of math. That means that kids who really know math are going to have to take steps back. And that's what's happening here.
That is a huge point. That is a huge point.
Yeah, but they told us, too, that that we wanted to be competitive with students in Japan and in Finland. Did you hear anything such as that?
Yeah, of course. We want to be, as a nation, we want to be competitive with nations that do math at high levels. Japan is not. The East Asian countries who are really kicking our butts in math preparation for kids, they don't do Common Core. The other thing you got to know about these East Asian countries we're comparing ourselves to is not every kid in those countries gets the kind of education American school kids do. In places like Japan, China, Indonesia, it's not every kid that gets to get advanced degrees or even go to advanced high school. So they're selecting, those countries are selecting kids, they're weeding out kids very young, and only those who show particular aptitudes move forward. It's like apples and oranges. We send all of our kids to school. And so we're going to try to mimic them by lowering the overall standard so our kids come out uniformly. But that won't work because we haven't filtered before that. The whole comparison is absurd.
Well, and here's the thing. I don't know if you ever saw the documentary 2 Million Minutes, but it was really interesting. It compared the 2 million minutes that a student spends in high school in Indiana to India to China. And what you're saying, Dr. Pesta, is certainly part of what came through very clear in that documentary. And the other part is, well, American kids do more extracurricular activities than some of their foreign counterparts. So they're going out for the cheerleading squad or playing football, basketball, and baseball and having kind of a more complete academic and growth experience through their formative years in school than some of their counterparts. So there are trade-offs, but those are trade-offs that we're making fully conscious.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's you're exactly right. That is true. That is happening. But if you look at what's going on in our American schools, it's not just that our kids are doing a lot of things outside of class that are actually impeding their progress in the classroom, because they are. And some parents would argue that that's a worthy trade-off. But you look at what's going on in the actual classroom, what's happening when our kids are in school. We're getting all sorts of stuff that have nothing to do in the day-to-day classroom with education. All of this science classes have been transformed into lectures on global warming. English class now has been riddled with white privilege pedagogy. Our kids in English class aren't reading good books at high levels. Our kids in math class are doing a lot of other things that have nothing to do with math. Our kids in history class aren't learning history, they're learning racial grievances. And so we're wasting class time. I could live with my kids doing 2 or 3 hours of extracurriculars in the evening if they were getting a real education in the classroom.
Yeah, so how can we make Common Core go away? I mean, really, it's ruined a lot of families, and quality time that they'd normally spend together becomes fights in the household over doing the homework.
I don't think you can. I honestly don't. 5 years ago when I started giving these talks, and I've talked about 500 times in 46 states, I testified before 22 state legislatures. It's not going away. The purpose of Common Core and the iterations of it from No Child Left Behind back, the purpose was primarily to cede control to the feds. It's done that. You're not going to take it away unless you destroy the Department of Education, unless you go through and change how teacher colleges go about their preparing of young teachers, and it's not going to happen. Not in our lifetime. And so I think the only real safe place for your kids is to homeschool them or put them in private schools that are Common Core free. I don't see a solution for kids who are in school now.
Yeah, right. And the creeping nature of it and how quickly the government creeps, to your point, is a lot of Catholic schools. The Chicago Archdiocese has essentially adopted Common Core for their schools. It's crazy.
Yeah, about 70% of Roman Catholic diocese schools took Common Core because they were terrified that their kids wouldn't be able to pass the ACT exams and get into college. And there is that as well. It's a big problem across the board. About half the Methodist, half the Lutheran schools are taking Common Core. So even the private schools aren't necessarily safe. You just got to do some homework.
Right, and to your point, these are the private schools, and as you're saying, Common Core moves everybody away from the Western canons, away from a classical liberal education that private schools offered as the value add compared to their government school counterparts for all of this social justice scholarship, quote unquote. So, I mean, it's just, I guess it's selling your soul for 30 pieces of silver to some extent.
Yeah, that is the main takeaway from Common Core. It is not an educational program. It is a social justice program. It is not about making your kids ready for college. It's about turning them into good little progressives who don't necessarily know much, but who are activist warriors for bad ideas. And we're seeing that manifested even in places where it absolutely doesn't belong, like math class.
He is Dr. Duke Pesta. He's a associate English professor at University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh. Dr. Pesta, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me today. Always great talking to you.
And let's quickly go to Judy in Lamont. Hey, Judy.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. All I can say is God bless Dr. Duke. I went to 2 of those 500 talks, and in one of the talks, he just looked at the audience and one of those come to Jesus moments, and he said, you have to save your children. And that was it. I was done. I said from that moment on, I said I am homeschooling my son, and I get emotional because it is, it's a big thing, and it's a hard thing for people to do, but I'm doing it, and we're in his program, and we're starting at 10 o'clock this morning, and my son couldn't be happier. It's the school has great people, but he lost a year in math, he lost a year in English, and because they were doing Common Core. He was A's in grade school, all the thing, gets the high school integrated math, integrated science, integrated this. And it's exactly what Dr. Duke. So anybody out there, go see Dr. Duke. Anybody in public school or anything, go search him out. He's all over the web and the internet. YouTube him. He's funny. He'll tell you exactly what it is, and he uses their words. It's not his words. He's so refined, and he knows how to put a presentation together that's warm and charming. But in the end, you'll sit there and you'll say, I'm homeschooling my kid no matter what it takes, and it's really not that expensive. So Amy, Peyton, and Eli, go to Dr. Duke. You can do it online, and they will be happy kids. And there's so many ways to do it now. His looks like one of the best that I've seen out there. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. So go find Dr. Duke, everybody.
Thanks very much, Judy. Appreciate
it.
it.
Bye-bye.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next is Anthony Weiner homeschooling his son. Oh, I'm sorry.
Twitter.
But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine right now. Hot and humid, a high of 84 degrees. Let's get those travel times. How's the inbound Kennedy, Jim Telemonte?
I mean, it's heavy. Delay start at Foster. It's 48 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 33 from Montrose. 24 the Express. Outbound 39 minutes to the airport. Edens is 20 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound 34. The Ike, an hour and 22 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound an hour 10. Stevenson, an hour 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 47 minutes. Ryan is 40 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound is to Mass from Central Road to Toohey with a crash now on the right shoulder. Northbound improving, but still slow from the Stevenson to 47th and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams still a stop and go Arlington Heights Road to leave. Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Here's a quiz. Is identity theft just when someone other than you puts charges on your credit card? Nope, that's part of it, but identity theft is actually when someone pretends they're you for any number of undesirable reasons, like opening new accounts or a utility bill. Is it true that identity theft can't happen to you? Nope. 1 in 4 people have experienced identity theft. Will LifeLock help you more with identity theft than free credit monitoring will? Yep. LifeLock's proprietary technology detects a huge range of identity threats. And if you ever have a problem, one of our US-based agents will work to resolve it. So how'd you do on the quiz? Come on, how'd you really do? No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you get a versus a when it comes to identity protection. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code NEWS to get 10% off now. LifeLock.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now. Painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro Painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro Painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
AM 560, The Answer.
I've been waiting all morning to tell you about the new Anthony Weiner sexting scandal that involves his son. This is so upsetting because I
Another
think
Twitter discharge.
Oh, we see it's so rude. No, that word we can't. That word should be on the no use list.
The Randy
okay?
Mongoose that is Carlos Danger.
Well, he was tweeting back and forth with a Trump supporter, an NRA member, a lovely lady, 40-year-old divorcee out of California. And when they were discussing places where he had been having massages done by his old apartment, he seemed to get aroused. And then he tweeted to her, "Someone just climbed into my bed." She replied, "Really?" He responded, then he sent this picture of him and his son, and he seems to have a bulge in his white Jockey brand boxers. And his son cuddled up to his left, wrapped in a light green blanket. And she texted back some, "You do realize you can see your wiener in that picture," she wrote. And then moments after that...
He's homeschooling his wiener.
Stop it. He freaked out that the possibility that he had accidentally posted it publicly instead of just direct messaging her. And he wrote, "Ooh, I was scared for half a second. I thought I posted something. Stop looking at my blank," he wrote back.
Asked for comment.
This is sick.
Asked for comment. Weiner admitted he and the woman have been friends for some time.
Oh, this is what his friendships look like? Okay.
She asked me not to comment, except to say that our conversations were private, often included pictures of her nieces and nephews, is that what she calls them, and my son, and were always appropriate. No, not exactly.
So screenshots that have been saved began in January of 2015 and continued. And the picture that he sent with his son cuddled up next to him was delivered the last week in July.
The psychiatry bills for that kid are going to be astronomical.
I mean, how can he do that to his child? I mean, forget, Uma Aberdeen.
Because he's a sociopath.
No, she's out, traveling the country campaigning for Hillary Clinton. But you think he'd know that people are still monitoring his behavior.
He likes
and I
it.
swear.
He wants you to watch, Amy.
No, I'm not watching. I'm not looking. It's
wants you to
disgusting.
watch.
But to put your son in the picture, to sext to somebody with your son lying right next to you, I mean, that's a whole different low level of abnormalities.
We were just scratched the surface of the depravity going on between the ears and elsewhere of one Anthony Weiner. Boy, I'll tell you what, I got to say, can you just imagine what the couples weekends are like with the Clintons and the Wieners?
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Hey, school has already started, and it's right around the corner for some. And for many of us, that's not exactly good news, especially if you're not happy with your child's school or teacher. So maybe it's time to make the switch this school year and send your child to a private school. And you can make that switch for half the price of regular tuition when you visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. It's real simple. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and make that school switch. Halfpriceschools.com is schools located all across the Chicagoland area, including LaSalle, Orland Hills, South Holland, Chicago, Palatine, Arlington Heights. The school year's here, so don't wait another day and don't settle for a public school that isn't right for you and your child. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. Wall & Associates is the most powerful tax resolution firm in the world. We develop trust with our free face-to-face consultation. Call 1-800-983-3313 to get immediate help. Wall & Associates can help you. 1-800-983-3313 or visit us at wallandassociates.net.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Water.
Hey, it's me, Water. Look, about what happened in your apartment with the broken pipe. I just wanted to apologize for ruining all your stuff, and I hope this can all just be some me under the bridge someday. Oh, and also, I'm not paying for anything. Okay, bye.
Water never pays for water damage. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting coverage a snap. Visit geico.com to see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Thanks so much for joining us. Thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, two brothers are facing murder charges in the death of a cousin of NBA player Dwayne Wade. Former Chicago transportation official will be sentenced today after being convicted of taking bribes to steer a red light camera contract. No one hurt following a shooting on the Dan Ryan Expressway this early morning. Bears making some cuts to the roster, and the White Sox were Sunday winners. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
flip-floppy. Here's your makeup, too.
Thank you.
Where's that Joe's?
Put it in
Maybe
my-
it's Sean's.
Put it in my purse.
Do you know there's this is AM 560? The answer. People here illegally are lining up to go home.
All right. Yeah.
Biggest joke I've ever. Yeah. Oh, my Olga's leaving. Mm-hmm.
She will. She'd be dragged from your home, kicking and screaming.
No. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Trump's immigration speech include proposing to deport? I had it and then I messed it up. Then I forgot a word.
Yeah. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Trump's immigration speech include?
We'll include Dan getting it right.
Yeah.
Hey-o.
No.
All right.
I need a teleprompter.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Trump's immigration speech include a proposal to deport all Clinton Foundation donors?
It should be on the prompter. We're back at 5 AM 560, The Answer. Stand by, and then I'll set you up for your...
Amy, do you want me to reach out to Arpaio, or are you going to reach out to Sheriff Joe?
That would be deporting himself.
That's right. I'll call him.
Okay. And,
What time do you want? He's got to, because it's still the time change.
Okay. Probably 8:30 more than likely.
So you'd have somebody for 8?
No, we don't have this.
He normally does 8.
Okay, I'm going to leave 8 o'clock hour completely open until I hear from you then.
Yep.
And that way you can put them in either top or 8:30, wherever you want to put them.
I'll sit first, try to get him for Wednesday, but I have a feeling, because whenever there's a visitor, it's always...
Hobble along.
Have fun at your golf tournament.
Thank you.
Let me know how many ladies are there teeing it up.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll have some women.
We'll do a head
props.
count for you.
I used to play golf. I used to run. I used to do supposed to do triathlon yesterday.
It's going to heal eventually, though, right? You get back on it.
I have somebody coming to do a machine in my house. We'll see how that goes.
Try a different thing.
Good one.
All right, see ya.
I better log off.
You ready for me to record this?